What's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you blasphemous, beautiful bastards. He finally got it up. You looked like he was taking a shit there, John. You looked like he was taking a shit. But welcome to a special open room. We usually do this on Wednesday nights, so you're going to get one Tuesday and Wednesday night. This is a Bring Your Topic night. We will be putting the link in the description or in the side chat very soon. I am feeling a little better. I took a long nap, but still kind of a bit, still feeling a bit fucked up. Still pale. So I'm off camera once again, but I have a special baby manatee virtual tool going on just for the baby manatees of the world. John Peterson.
Hurry up with the intro, you rat throat retard.
I didn't know Smokey was going to be here. I really didn't.
You fucking trash clown.
You already gave yourself away with the poopy face, though, earlier.
Well, I know, man. Like, I didn't get it up before you stopped the intro, man. I was gonna, yeah, you know. I mean, and please talk about murdering people as much as you want, because you know I'm down with that. Smokey saying always wanting like the best in Christianity to be put forward.
Well, you know, I was worried about your relationship with Brett Keane, but you have a new best friend now. You have Richard Madsen.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm into all that space shit.
So what's up, Smokey? It's usually when I'm talking to you, it's just insult after insult after insult. Your game is a little weak.
Well, see, what it is I spent all day doing preacher curls, and my stick arms really hurt right now. And I mean, I tried to call Matt Powell on the phone, but he won't take my calls. And I don't know what to do with myself, man. I mean, and you know, I can only jerk my gherkin so many times to memories of Jen Aldrich in that red bra. My penis was actually bleeding earlier today.
Oh, TMI, Smokey, TMI.
Well, as Knox said, it really wasn't that great because I don't do the voices really good. And plus, I didn't have the avatar up before the fucking show started. So
yeah, so we got your face as you was trying to, get it up and figure it out, and it looked like you was taking a dump.
You got my face as I was trying to get it up. What?
Yeah. We saw your face as you was trying to get it up. But what's up, John? You know, the John Peterson.
Well, I'll tell you what. It was so cool because I was kicking around on Twitter or kicking around on YouTube, watching some videos. And so they just announced, it was today or yesterday, that the final debate is this Thursday. And when it's not and it's only for part of it because there's a back and forth section in the debate. But when it's a certain person's time to talk, and it's only 4 minutes out of every 15 where there's like supposed to be a 2-minute block where they get to say their piece. And the last debate where they were head to head, you might remember, Trump wouldn't shut his mouth the whole fucking time. So now what the debate commission has decided is that when it's one candidate's time to turn, they are going to mute the other candidate's mic. And fucking Trump is going ape shit over it.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna happen. Trump's a little baby man. So yeah, how's your day been going? I am dealing with the COVID. I think that I was taking a shower earlier before my nap, and I think I realized I probably have lost right around 10 or 15 pounds on this COVID diet. So I'm feeling good about that at least. But how is your day going?
Well, if you want to keep that going, we were listening to rap music before you started, so that's why I'm going to wear my hat like that. So what you can do is if you once you're all better, if you want to keep the diet thing going, just do the tapeworm diet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I need to probably go find a tapeworm.
Well, no, you can actually order them online.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, people actually do that. They purposely eat tapeworm eggs.
Are they stupid?
Yes, they are very stupid. And I mean, that might be how Smokey's arms got so small. He might have swallowed a tapeworm.
Well, you know, so, and I already did put the link in the side chat, and I'm sure we'll have more people joining us as we go through the night. Feel free to come in. But I thought that, I wasn't going to do this, John, because I like Richard. I've always liked Richard, but there's some stirrings in the community about Richard Mattson, right?
Did you go watch part of that?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that we can watch the very beginning of this, and just wonder aloud what the fuck Richard Mattson is doing.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Richard, I love you, but I literally wanted to bang my head against the wall when I watched the first few minutes of this.
I've heard things about how he's sick and tired of this community and how we don't take him seriously and we don't listen to him and we don't think that what he's talking about is real. I've heard like he was like pretty much fuck all of us.
Well, Richard, guess what?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, usually when someone says guess what, they got something else to say. But anyway, Richard, we love you, man, but we're atheists, dude. Of course we don't believe what you're saying. Like, we respect, your opinion, and you're certainly more interesting than most other Christians with all your, Star Trek kind of stuff in it. But we're atheists, dude. Like,
who did that?
We're not going to believe you.
All right, guys. I can't unhide the message, but just slurs, guys. I don't care if people call people idiots. Yeah, I definitely don't want over moderation in the side chats. Excuse me.
Why?
No. Ginger Nation is like, God damn it, sorry, Lucifer. So he didn't mean to do that. Accidents happen. That's cool, my man.
Yeah, especially when you're on your damn phone, man.
Yeah, that shit happens.
And then the fucking menus opens up, and you're scrolling, and your fucking thumb hits it. Yeah, I know. I've done that many times.
Yeah, me too.
I was just going to say, I've used it as an excuse, too, when I've timed somebody out. Oh, gee, sorry, on my phone.
All right, so real quick, before I start this little bit of a video and we watch it, because I'm not going to watch too much. It's not a little video, but I'm only going to watch the very beginning. I was pretty hot about the whole Jen Otters thing. I've calmed down. She can think whatever she wants to think. And, yeah, I'm just not going to do that right now. I've got other shit going on. I'm dealing with COVID. So yeah, there's that. And I'll play this, but we do have somebody new joining us, so we'll say hello.
When I saw the hat, I thought it was Skylar there for a minute. Oh, it's not a hat. Oh no, he's one of the people I DM'd the link to.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, John DM'd a bunch of links out to people, so we're hoping we can get some joiners tonight. But
I was just Rulon, right?
Oh, well, just call me RJ or Jim, whatever.
RJ. Yeah, and I just was going through my DM list, and and RJ's an atheist, but I did DM a bunch of Christians too, so hopefully some of them will show up. But how you doing, RJ?
Oh, well, I just got dressed. I was still in my jammies. I'm a late worker. I typically get up noonish and work till like 4 o'clock in the morning or so. And so my hours are kind of weird in terms of that. I was juggling a bunch of things, checking up evolution news material and finding out the latest vote so that I can fill out my form to vote in Washington State, and jousting with Trumpistas and atheists and Christians and creationists on Twitter, and all of this simultaneously. So I was a little bit of a delay before I noticed that you had a link there.
Yeah. And you could have kept your PJs on as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, well, I try to not inflict that on other people. How long I'll stay here, I don't know, because of StreamYard is evil, and sometimes my system gets gunked up on that, but I'll hold on there. So anyway, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Nakasuchi, the channel owner, he is going to play a little snippet of stream that was on last night. And have you ever heard of Smoky Saint, RJ?
I may have encountered some. I don't usually keep track of all the little nom de plumes everybody has on there, so I'd have to check my records to find out. I might recognize them or not. There's only about 5 arguments in all of religious apologetics. It's just permutations.
Right,
on the
yeah.
same one.
Well,
and John, we can keep the conversation here right now, and yeah, because I feel like I'm in the dark. I recognize you, but I can't place it. I'm going to blame the COVID, but the chat is blowing up. You are very, very well liked.
yeah.
Well, I've got a lot of. I've been gathering together a network of what I would call the source methods groupies. That would include Jackson Weed and Paulogia and Dapper Dino and a whole bunch of people knocking around, Vice Rhino and others, that basically use source methods, even though they didn't think of it in that terms. And I'm just kind of goosing them up, which is, where do you get your information and do you fact check it? And people who have cranial blockage of the rectum problems, like creationists and others, don't do those things. It's not that they're just bad at it. They literally don't do it. And to the extent that we do it, we force them onto turf they can't possibly defend.
Well, and just, because you've been on MDD. I see you in MDD chats when they're having debates. I don't know if you happened to be there when Nakasuchi was debating that fellow named Gavin Herleman.
That wasn't on MDD, John.
Oh, it wasn't? Okay.
No,
well, at any rate, just going on what you were saying, this Gavin Herleman guy, he gave a bunch of what was supposed to be source material, and all it was, like, half of it was like articles from like apologetic sites. One of the links he provided, one of the links he provided was actually to Amazon to buy a book.
There's nothing. As somebody who plugs my own books, I have no complaints about that. That's not the issue.
Well, no, it wasn't like a book of his own, but that was what he listed in his citations for the things that he was citing during the debate. Yeah. He just sent a link to buy the book instead of like quoting the article or quoting exactly where it came from.
Yeah, he's kind of an idiot, though. Real quick, P. Mars, I see you there in the background. I'm going to keep you in the background, but I will bring you on tonight. Just hold tight.
Yeah.
Religion apologetics is the toughest to go into because so many of the scholarly literature works are not really publicly accessible, as you would find in the creation evolution case, where so much of the technical literature you can just grab online easy peasy. But trying to burrow your way into what the archaeology is on the Bible and what the scholarly views are on particular texts and that can really be a laborious practice. I've been finding that out because of a work that's going to be down the line that I'm going to be doing on the origin and evolution and sustenance of religious beliefs in the human species. And trying to pin all the material down for the Bible part alone is at times tiring.
Here's a question for you, RJ.
How are they defining source material in this context? Source material, there's primary and secondary sources. This is basic source methods crap that I learned in historiography class back in college. Historiography is the study of history. So what do different historians say over time? Oh, I see Leo is in here. There are primary sources are archaeological data, coins that you would find, original documents that you can find, the shit that's thrown out of the doorstep, the stuff that's in the burial crypt. There's masses of material that qualify as a primary source material. The moment you start moving into human accounts, though, the history of things, you're now dealing with the fact that human beings can be fallible, they can lie, they can bullshit, they can propagandize. So if you're looking, say, at the Gospels or Caesar's memoirs of his campaign in Gaul, those are both human documents, one about God stuff, where we're not entirely sure who's written what. Is Mark, Matthew, and Luke actually by them or not, and when were they written? And Caesar, there's not really any argument that Caesar existed, but how much of the Caesar Chronicles are in fact puff pieces, propaganda bits, his spin on the take? So you would need independent corroboration, which of course in the campaign of Gaul, we have archaeology work that can explore what tribes were doing what and what coins were available where and what ballista pieces you might find and so forth, that you can use to build up a better sense of how reliable or not the Caesar account is. Now, that's all primary source level. Then when you get people centuries later writing down stuff, the vast majority of the defenses of Christianity's veracity are secondary accounts written by Christians or people critical of Christians, or worse, as in the Origen Celsus case, of a Christian cribbing what he says are the parts of Celsus criticizing Christianity when we don't have the original Celsus to look at. So from a source methods area, now you're going, where's the primary source that we can use for corroboration? And so when I'm coming at it from a history point of view, I don't have a science degree. I have a BA in history. And so I'm coming at it from, how do you find out what actually happened? How do you determine what people's motives are and the political context and all of that? Well, when you deal with science now, it's some ways easier because the rocks aren't prevaricating. Human beings may lie about them, but the rocks themselves are data points. The physical forensics are quite a bit different matter. So does that help clarify the issue about the layers of source methodology and primary and secondary stuff?
It helped clarify it for me, and I'm sure other people in the room. As far as for the gentleman that asked the question, probably not, but that's his problem.
That's you got to understand the person who asked that question. They are somebody who is not stupid, but is really, really dense to information. And then
correct me if I'm wrong. As far as for the veracity of the argument that God exists, the veracity of the argument that Jesus died and resurrected, and any of the supernatural claims in the Bible, none of that could be considered primary source material.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Well, I was asking.
Right. And for me, the resurrection article is argument is next to the origins or bust argument in anti-evolutionism, the go-to. Any Christian apologist that doesn't go to the resurrection, these people would not lie about this. It must be true because nobody would be so vicious to say such a thing. That one, you can go into a discussion about what exactly was involved here and the appearance of Jesus supposedly to his disciples later on and what might have been going on, given that we only have those three sources to be able to go on, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And Luke, by definition, is a secondary source because he didn't know Jesus personally. He was supposedly, I think, the follower of Peter, wasn't he? And he's doing a secondary accounting of things. But the one thing they can't get rid of is the Parousia, the second coming. And I'll plug at my website, www.tortucan.wordpress.com. There's a chapter I did, The Bible Tells Me So, because the Bible tells me so, that goes into all of this problem about the forensics of Matthew versus Luke on the Messianic credentials, and the fact that the Parousia, which was expected, Paul and others were all said, keep your bags packed. It's any minute now. Jesus is coming back. Yeah. And martyrs went to their death. Yeah.
And just one more quick question for you, and then I want to let some of the other folks get in the room or get in on this. But so when they talk, Christians repeat this all the time to me. Well, there was 500 witnesses. But now, wasn't that something that wasn't even claimed until well after the resurrection? It's supposedly after.
A lot of that's later interpolations. This is well known in biblical scholarship, but not in conservative Bible scholarship. They have a little niche. You have to remember where the people are coming from in terms of things. The same ones that will argue to get around the genealogy problem, that they've just written in that Luke's genealogy is actually of Mary, and therefore the contradictions go away. Well, who the hell gave them rights to rewrite the New Testament? I mean, that's not allowed, but yet they do that effortlessly.
Sounds heretical to me.
Yeah, so you find... if somebody to read here, in fact, I was just quoting it to Apologia. He had just done a video on the resurrection issues, and he apparently wasn't aware that some of his arguments about the appearance of the multitude and all of that, and people resurrected after the resurrection and the earthquake and all that stuff, that Tom Paine had covered this territory way before him. In The Age of Reason. If you haven't, you can get it online, by the way. Tom Paine's The Age of Reason from 1794, and he was just viciously hilarious, pointing out the problems in that argument. Like people are rising from the dead. They're going home to their wives who may have remarried. Are there like legal suits? What happened to them afterwards? Did they live out a full life? Did they drop dead 5 minutes later? There's no accounting of this. And why isn't there? This is sort of the razzle dazzle super spectacle event that would have been really noticeable had it actually taken place.
Well, right. And that kind of gets to the end of my question is like, so yeah, 500 people supposedly witnessed it, but isn't it true that there are 0 contemporaneous accounts of the resurrection?
There are no accounts of resurrection anywhere whatsoever in history.
Yeah, and the another factor to remember is the chronology problem. And again, we can maneuver around it because the Christian wants the Bible to be perfect and inerrant and everything is tidy and neat, and so they can just lob those gospel accounts at you and go, well, can you explain them? I go to the point of saying, in what year was Jesus born? At the moment you ask that question, you suddenly run into the train wreck of Matthew and Luke again on the nativity, where they're literally a decade apart. Scholars have known about this for a long time, and there's a whole bunch of rationalization to try to figure out how the Quirinius census could be occurring at the same time as King Herod was alive. There must have been maybe an earlier Quirinius census when Quirinius was somehow previously governor of Syria when he wasn't. Oh, it turns into an absolute mess. So if the Bible can't even agree on the forensics of when Jesus was born, by the way, spoiler alert, the best argument I've heard on this was Robin Lane Fox's argument that probably Luke was more accurate and it was taking place. He was probably born around 6 AD when Israel was annexed and Quirinius was governor of Syria, and there would have been a census because Romans only conducted censuses when they annexed territory to find out what was what for tax purposes. And that would put the crucifixion at 36, which is way later than traditional chronology. The reason why we got that 1 AD thing is because the early church fathers just kind of split the difference and pegged it at that time. So that puts him at 30, 33, age 30, around 32 or 33. And that's where most of the apologetics falls. But when you start looking at the details, yuck, it turns into a fog bank. So why should we take the resurrection account seriously?
Well, and the thing, oh, I'm sorry, I just, one other, quick comment and then everybody else can get in, I'll shut up. Yeah, I mean, it becomes problematic, when you're having a discussion with a Christian, because they can point to certain things in the Bible that are historically accurate, okay? And then they think that lends veracity to every claim in the Bible. And it's the old meme comment, yeah, New York City exists, but Spider-Man ain't real. I mean,
and London exists, therefore Harry Potter.
Yeah, I was just about to say King's Cross is a real station, so magic must be real, and there's this castle called Hogwarts. But something about the resurrection that I think is all that needs to be said about it. We don't even need it. Diving into the history is good, especially when you're going against people like William Lane Craig and others. But the main point is that all you have to do is point out they're literally defending magic. They are literally defending the existence of magic, because raising yourself or other people from the dead is known as necromancy, and necromancy is literally a type of magic, which makes Jesus a wizard who brought himself back from the dead. That's literally fucking magic. You have to argue that magic is real.
And it was atypical for Hebrew. The Messiah was not supposed to be a god. He was a human who was going to restore the kingdom of Israel. And so the Jesus one's very good. As you know, I tend to talk a lot. I will ask then, would you like to hear my theory of what accounts for the resurrection story?
I actually would. I would be very much interested.
I do too. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and bring in P. Mars. P. Mars, please be quiet. Be nice. I will get to you when I get to you. I have questions for you. I'm trying to make a determination on you. So come in, be nice, or that determination will be made immediately.
Yeah, go ahead, RJ.
Yeah. This is one that I began to think of the connection between the Roswell alien sightings and how memory gets conflated and funked together, and what may have happened in the resurrection story. If you're familiar with the Roswell case, supposedly a UFO crashed, and there were people who were saying that they found the bodies of it, and the guy that worked at the funeral parlor insists he saw the little body bags with the aliens. And when Air Force investigators went back and looked at all of this testimony, it turned out nobody was lying. There had been a lot of memory conflation. And one of the clues was that The guy said that there was a red-headed commander of the base at that time, and that there were black Air Force officers. Well, that's not 1947, but it was 1959 when a B-52 crashed, and there were bodies that were singed and put in little bitty body bags brought back to the autopsy at the time. And what this guy had done decades later when he was interviewed by UFO people is conflate a perfectly legitimate memory of something that had happened in 1959 with the story everyone wanted to be true, the 1947 thing. So the key was picking out things that are odd. And so what's the first resurrection story? It's the one where he appears to the disciples. And to me, the odd detail is that nobody recognizes Jesus at first, according to the narrative. And finally, it dawns on them they're talking to Jesus. So I thought through, could there have been an actual event that would be consistent with things that would suddenly cause this resurrection story to appear? We know that Jesus had brothers and family. They're almost not discussed at all. James was the brother of Jesus. There could have been cousins and others. Could there have been a relative who was a devout Jew who was interested in what had happened to them and comes to visit them, but hadn't seen them in a long time, but had followed them? And he starts talking with them, and suddenly it dawns on them that they think that's Jesus risen from the grave. And he doesn't have the heart to disagree with them. So tiny seed is planted, which then gets expanded and expanded and expanded. None of that would involve anybody lying, but it would involve conflation.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's my theory.
Yeah.
No, that's a pretty
unprovable.
Sound theory.
Mm-hmm. But that's the theory.
And it's based on the actual details. How the hell did they not recognize Jesus as Jesus unless he didn't look like Jesus?
That's exactly.
So we do now.
That's how a historian thinks.
We do now have two Christians in the room. Sunflower's a Christian, and P Mars is Christian-ish.
P Mars.
Yeah, I mean, so Sunflower, do you have any questions for RJ?
For RJ, I mean, no, but I would like to point out
Or
that
anybody.
Morag Nightwolf is sitting in the chat trying to trying to make clever remarks about how there's not good evidence that Jesus was at the very least a historical figure, which of course I don't think anyone in this stream disputes, but every once in a while you get.
I dispute it.
I'm a mythicist myself, so
I am not
actually-
a mythicist.
I'm a Bart Ehrman historical type. It would be more surprising to me that there was no Jesus, in the same sense that it would be more surprising to me if there was Homer. But that
Exactly.
there are all the mythical stuff. Just
Or
as
what
I
some
don't
other
have
people,
to
Democritus
doubt that
is
Joseph
one.
Smith existed to know that the Book of Mormon was nonsense.
Oh,
Exactly.
sure.
and that's my position. I should clarify. When I say mythicist, I don't believe the Bible, so I don't believe that the Jesus of the Bible existed. Whether Yeshua ben Joseph did or whatever, I think that's up in the air.
Okay, but my
And
point is,
Homer definitely exists. He's on every Sunday night.
okay, right, but
yes,
like,
Homer Simpson,
whatever
the author of the
standard-
Iliad and the Odyssey.
Right.
Go ahead, Sunflower.
Whatever standard we're using in terms of like reviewing historical documents to establish or determine with any level of confidence that anyone existed from the era of Jesus Christ, we have that much evidence for Jesus Christ himself. So it would be, I mean, if you want to say we can't be sure Jesus existed, you would have to also probably say we can't be sure anyone from that era existed, because
let me clarify what I mean based on what Knock just said, because I essentially agree with Knock. Because when I say I don't believe that Jesus existed, I mean that I don't believe the Jesus that could do magic and rose from the dead and was the Son of God, but really was God.
Right, but correct. Nightwolf is actually just saying we have no proof that he was even a historical figure at all.
Yeah.
So
Believing that there was a historical figure, but he wasn't the highly mythologized version of the same person in the Bible, is actually not mythicism.
Well,
Mythicism is
I don't
believing
want to.
that there straightforwardly was no Jesus, historical or otherwise.
I agree.
Well, and I don't want to take away from Korag's argument, because I think that is up for contention. I think more and more scholars are coming to the conclusion that maybe the guy didn't exist at all. But
not sure.
I'm
Very
not the
strange
guy.
theory.
I'm not the guy to make those arguments. Carrier, Godless Engineer, quite a few others specialize in that and would be good to give you those arguments.
Well, and the other thing that you have to you have to acquiesce to, that you have to also be willing to accept that if Jesus was not an actual person, which could very well be, then you'd have to question other accounts of people in that era. Because as RJ pointed out, and I think Sunflower alluded to it, it's the same, standards, for anybody back that far. Like you said, there's questions.
Well, we have way more documentary discussion with Caesar or any of the families involved, or the generals and others. There's vast interlocking independent records to deal with things. The Romans, for example, kept listing of all of their Roman governors of their provinces. That's how we can know that Quirinius was governor of Syria in 6 AD. But we don't have the kind of background information on Jesus that makes it a slam dunk argument. Everything is a very small network of initial followers. Now, the fact that we know that Christianity was in play by the time of Nero as a sect big enough to be persecuted and noticed means that there must have been seeds to it. So as a historian, it doesn't give me any problem at all, but it doesn't make the Parousia not occurring go away. It doesn't make any of the slippery issues of it go away. And so it's a point that I think anybody that wants to fall on their sword and make a super big deal about whether Jesus existed or not is missing the point and wasting time.
Yeah.
Well, and
I agree. So yeah, go ahead, John. I was just saying I agree with what.
Well, I never thought of this, but I want to ask you something, RJ, and actually this goes to Sunflower too. Mm-hmm. Why were there never any contemporaneous writings of Jesus Christ? I mean, we look in the Bible and we see other people quote, well, Jesus said this and Jesus said that and Jesus did this and Jesus did that.
Yeah.
Why do we have no writings from Jesus himself?
It's not necessarily the case. A lot of religions are founded by the secondary writers. Now, there's always the possibility that Jesus wasn't literate. That we can't rule out. Again, we just have nothing to say. Or that there's an awful lot about him. Yeah, it's up in the air about it. We'd have to know more about the demographics of the people at the time. The fact that he's showing up so peripherally. If we had, for example, independent of accounts of the trial of Jesus and Barabbas and all the rest with independent accountings in the Roman stories, that would really nail a lot down and help an awful lot, because that would mean that it had gotten important enough that it shows up on the scope. But whatever Jesus was doing, it seems like a wispy fog until it gets to be big enough. Remember that Christianity was never a majority faith. Even at the time of its legalization, I think the numbers are about 5 or 10% of the population was Christian at the time that it was legalized. So it was always a side bet that was going on, and got into trouble with various emperors only because they refused to do emperor worship, which the legalistic Romans are going, what, are you unpatriotic? You won't worship the emperor? Oh, there's something suspicious about you. And it is literally like the notion about, can you be an American and a communist? If ever you have seen the movie The Robe from 1953, which is a religious Bible epic, it was written by a free thinker and a communist who was blacklisted for a while. And the big speech where Caligula rants on about you are not a good Roman if you are a Christian, that was a direct analog of the House Un-American Activities Committee hearings at the time.
Well, and I want to hear what Sunflower has to say about no contemporaneous writings by Jesus himself. And I know that Sunflower would disagree with your hypothesis that maybe Jesus was illiterate, because, of course, the Son of God would not be illiterate.
Oh, and yes, Dr. Josh, it is always advantageous for you, and useful for you to come in. So I'm going to throw the please.
Did you put the link there yet?
I just did. So yeah, come on in, Dr. Josh.
But Sunflower, what did you think about that?
So I only came in here to humiliate Korag Nightwolf, because he's obviously a misinformed idiot.
You failed at that.
Oh well, no, I didn't.
You failed at humiliating him.
Oh, I absolutely succeeded because.
Well, you disagreed with him, but you didn't really humiliate him.
Well, he doesn't.
You're kind of giving yourself a little more credit than you're doing.
Oh, I'm not giving myself enough credit actually, because he doesn't actually seem aware of the standard.
Did I bring popcorn
to determine? Like,
so you
came
on the stream to own somebody in the side chat.
Yes, 100%.
So you're not going to contribute to the stream. That's kind of
well. I will if you ask me a question, I'll answer it. But like,
I already did ask you a question. I want to know what's your theory on why there is zero contemporaneous writings by Jesus Christ himself.
I really have no idea. I like that's a weird question because you're asking me why isn't there something versus asking me to explain something that does exist.
Well, no, but I mean, you would figure if
that's not irrelevant.
If the Son of God came to Earth to set humankind right, that he might have written some shit down. I mean,
he might have.
You'd think he might have journaled or something. I mean,
well, good question. I do not have the answer to that, but I'm not gonna claim that it's like some like, oh, it's already explained here, here, and here. Like, I just don't know. I don't. You know.
Well, I do think that it's an issue that we don't, but I think that that could be a matter of history. Maybe he did, right, and it's just been lost to time. But I think to RJ's point, like if he was illiterate, I think that poses a huge problem with the whole Son of God thing, because I would just have to assume that the Son of God could read and write. I am interested in hearing what Dr. Josh has to say on this topic. I don't think I've ever heard you actually speak personally. Me personally heard you speak on this, Dr. Josh.
This is Digital Hammurabi, Dr. Josh, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm a huge fan of your channel.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, on the something about Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not my field of specialization.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I don't think I've ever heard you talk
if we were
on this.
Going into Daniel or something, that would be more your house.
Well, what are your personal thoughts on the historicity of Jesus? I mean, you must have some thoughts on it, Dr. Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any doubt that he was a human being. And
it seems to be a recurring theme amongst the professionals, and the mythicism is only exists in the sort of the internet atheist circles. I would wonder why.
Well, certainly don't take my opinion with like a lot of weight. But just from a historical standpoint, I guess. But yeah, I mean, as far as like from a theological standpoint, I suspect that there are. I don't know that they're good answers, but that the answers that would come about, why something like why, if Jesus were illiterate, why that would be. I mean, I think, I think people could probably turn to like Philippians 2. Jesus would have, from a theological standpoint, would have emptied himself of a lot of the, divine characteristics, divine traits. And it could be argued that that's one of them. But I mean, not that I would argue that, but that wouldn't surprise me to hear, I guess.
Well, and I'm interested in what you just said, because so that's an argument that apologists make, that he would have emptied himself of divine traits to come to earth as a man. But then when you look through the Bible, he did perform several miracles. He did rise from the dead. So as if he didn't empty himself of his divine traits.
And this means absolutely nothing. It's anecdotal. But I have asked several Christians at this point this question: could Jesus read and write? And their answer is always, without a doubt. Like, of course. What are you even asking me this stupid question for?
I mean,
I'm a Christian, and I don't think he could read and write because he was a cancer. And that mass literacy in that period of time wouldn't have been a thing.
Especially,
I would agree with that. Yeah,
peasant. Let's be honest. Jesus didn't grow up rich. For Christ's sake, he was birthed in a fucking barn.
Well, the Christians refer to a philosopher that he studied under in Egypt. I can't remember the guy's name.
But so, what do you say that though, Justin?
Well, that's kind of in the Apocrypha, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure where it comes from. I know, like Anne Rice wrote about it in her book on Jesus.
I think it is in the Apocrypha.
But what do you say that what I said a moment ago,
Josh? The problem is there were lots of Christianities that eventually got trimmed down to the version that became like the Nicene Creed era Christianity, that became imperial Christianity. And all the little sidebars. Ehrman's gotten a whole book on the lost Christianities. It'd be lovely to know what the actual data were.
No. You see, the thing is that there's one key thing that he's forgetting there, the Alexandrian side. So, I mean, the thing is that it would be very nice and very speculative, but we have the Alexandrian side, which kind of negates that. We have the Eastern philosophy of Christianity. So, you need to sort of like look at that side of the world, like we're talking Alexandria, Ethiopia, the entire like Eastern Orthodox idea, and actually in that idea, these ideas were there present as well. The other thing that wasn't present is, like, for example, the ideas of the papacy, the idea of the Trinity. That's not in there. The idea of hell being a permanent place that people go. Again, that was put into the more Western philosophy of stuff like that. That's the Nicene Creed. That has nothing to do with Christianity at all, or how Christianity became to be.
So real quick before we go on, I want to back up just like 90 seconds or so and see if I can finally get converse with Josh real quick. So, do you remember what you had said about Jesus emptying himself of the his divine abilities, and then I asked, well, how does that hold true if he he performed miracles in the Bible, he rose from the dead, but I mean, so I'd like to hear more about why you're saying that, because I know that you know more about it than I do. But
yeah, I mean, I would say that the argument is, for lack of a better term, an apologetic argument. It's one sort of looking at the data that we have and saying, how do we make sense of this? So when Jesus makes statements like, no one knows the day nor the hour, including himself, or some of the other distinctly human characteristics that he showed, and that would have implied, I think, strongly that there were certain aspects of his divinity that he willingly limited. So, because of that, then it's, if you start from the premise of this is an inspired, inerrant text, and we have to make sense of it as a cohesive, coherent whole, then you have to address some of those things. So then going to the kenosis in Philippians 2 and saying, okay, maybe this was an aspect of his emptying. He didn't empty himself of all these traits, or, he, was allowed to not allowed, but, utilize them progressively more, as his ministry went forward. I mean, these are all ideas I think that people put forward, but yeah, I mean, I think it's a response to data that seems problematic.
Well, and the thing is, like, maybe he didn't empty himself of it. Maybe he suppressed them. I mean, because you would figure, when the Romans came and grabbed him, put the crown of thorns on him, and made him drag the cross up the hill and all that stuff, you would think as a divine, godlike figure that he could have easily stopped all that, but maybe suppressed his abilities or something, because he knew he had to be crucified, which I never thought I would ever say that sentence in my life.
Well, yeah, and that was the way the philosophy ended up. That was the argument that it was a necessary to be crucified in order to fulfill all this. But how much of that was post hoc rationalization from the fact that their little group leader ended up dead?
Yeah. So, and you know how we've been running these rooms lately, but boy, I'll tell you what, 9 people in the room, and it seems to be going pretty smooth. So we can just keep going the way we are. Don't worry about, I haven't even checked the private chat. I don't know if anybody's been throwing their hand
Cross
up
fingers.
like we've been doing. But yeah, I mean, if any of the other Christians in the room, would like to question Josh or RJ, have at it.
Be nice, P. Mars.
I mean,
me and dead air.
Well, if one of you
Go ahead,
guys are
John.
going to go for it, I'm sure me and Knock can talk at length to RJ and Dr. Josh.
Well, I do find this.
Oh yeah, I'll field all questions. I'm just shutting down my camera to help bandwidth.
Yeah.
I find this subject fascinating. So, I'm like on the fence. I've done some research into Paul, and I definitely think that Paul kind of hijacked the religion and kind of made it something different than what it was. And then I've done like research on the actual mythicism, Carrier's arguments, a lot of the things that Godless Engineer puts out. And so I'm like back and forth. So I'm fascinated. What I'm fascinated most about this conversation is how it affects people. And, like it affects non-believers and believers almost in the same way, proportionately. And I find that fascinating. It triggers, it has no bound to the people that it can trigger when you bring this topic up.
Well, I could go with what I think of it if you want.
Yeah, well, Paul is fascinating because you have to depend on whether or not which version of Paul, because not all of the Pauline letters are probably Paul.
Yeah, well, I was researching Paul, and I had a moment. I think it was like on Neil 604 Atheist Stream with Paulo Gia, to where Paulo Gia like totally agreed with the things I was saying on Paul, and I'm like, fucking yes. It was a great moment.
And Gary, you were trying to get in a minute ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, not to say, well, what I think about it, I think it's like creationism. It has as much evidence. It's as unscholarly, and it's bad because the people who actually want to look into this stuff are going to go to actual real scholars and going to know that it's utter shash. Because the thing is that it's about not disproving a religion. It's not about what the truth is, which is not what it should be about. It should be about what the truth is. Now, we should all go to what the truth is. And the truth is that Jesus Christ, whether you believe he created miracles or not, that's a personal theological stance. He was a real human being who existed as started the movement we now know as Christianity. Now, there've been arguments, well, Paul started it, but no, it was Jesus Christ, and then Paul took it on later because there's Christianity before Paul. And the thing is that we have to be careful before we get into this sort of tribal mindset of, well, there's Christians, there's atheists. No. There's certain topics which go beyond tribalism, which is the truth. Now, the fact is, either Jesus Christ existed or he did not. It doesn't matter whether he did miracles or not. Did he actually exist as a person? That is the main contention. Now, again, we can discuss whether he did miracles or not, because, again, that's a personal theological belief. The thing is that either evolution happened or did not. Whether a God was behind it or not, that's a personal theological argument. Would you agree with that?
Well, and I mean, the thing is, though, too, that whether you're an atheist who's a mythicist and doesn't believe Jesus was an actual historical figure, I would imagine that any atheist, for the sake of discussion, would grant the premise that Jesus was an actual human being, a historic figure back in those times. And then you can go on from there to discuss whether he was truly, was a divine being that could, do miracles and stuff like that.
I would say I was the opposite. I just automatically assume. I still kind of find it ludicrous when atheists actually think that Jesus was real, because I just rejected the Bible so much. Like when I became an atheist, that I just of course, none of it's real. It's all made up. And it was actually talking to scholars, actually researching and getting a better position that brought me to more of the side that I think, yeah, he probably was a real dude. He was just like a rabbi roaming around Israel.
Well, and then, I mean, and actually, and you would agree with me, now that there is actually historical accuracy.
I'm back and forth on it, because I talked to GE, I watch Carrier, and I agree with a lot of the things that they say. I'm back and forth on it. I don't know. I'm
not talking about. I'm just talking about the Bible in general. You realize there are historical accuracies in the Bible, right?
Well, yeah, but there's historical accuracies in every Stephen King book you read too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's, if there's one thing that I run into a lot, it's that problem that we have the actual tablets, for example, from the mid 3rd millennium of BCE of Naram Sin. Right, the king Naram Sin, who claimed to have won this very decisive, almost supernatural victory over forces from the north and the south, and that the gods deified him because of it. Right, and we have we have the actual tablets, we have the the inscriptions that show not just the story about how it happened and why it happened, but then we have administrative texts that are not religious in any way that have his name that show up with the God symbol, at that time. And you see those administrative texts chronologically showing that he wasn't, considered
paper
a
trail.
deity. Yeah, and then he was, and in non-religious texts, and like nobody should flinch at that. Nobody should balk at that and say, "Oh my God!" Well, we have legal texts that have year names that have Naram Sin's, being called a deity, and we can hold it in our hands and see that, here it is. God, he must have been a deity, right? I mean, nobody would think that. Nobody would have a problem with saying, well, we understand why this is, right?
But we accept he existed.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So
Right.
I guess my point in saying that is that historical Gilgamesh existed, right? I can't think of anybody that would.
I feel like Dr. John
I
is
fully
saying
agree with everything you're
you
saying.
can
Well,
accept
yeah,
somebody exists without thinking they're divine.
What was that? What was
Alexander
that?
the Great thought he was divine. No, he wasn't. He was a man.
Yeah, and we have a lot of examples of that. But like, who was that guy you sent me, Dr. Josh? Like Lord Raoul or something like that?
Lord Rael, yeah.
It would be like, if we put him down in ledgers right now with that deity mark, in 1,000 years, people could think, he was a real god. But he wasn't. He was just a kooky guy that thought he came on a UFO to Israel.
And real quick, P. Mars has been trying to get in, and while I'm loath to acknowledge him, go ahead, P. Mars.
Well, I think it's important to remember things like, they didn't have television and Hollywood back then, right? So they would tell stories and tall tales, right, and exaggerate stories. And you look at like a guy like Geronimo. He existed, but there's supernatural myths around his legend. He had like a magic horse and all this stuff. So I'm not necessarily inclined to believe a lot of the magic, as Leo puts it, in the Bible, but I do believe in some supernatural things. But I think Jesus existed as a historical figure. Probably didn't do the miracles. They're probably like exaggerated stories.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
When you talk about oral traditions coming down through the centuries, I mean, imagine a centuries-long game of telephone. What's
Literally.
What's the story going to be in the beginning, and what's it going to be, 300 years later? I mean,
Exactly.
it must grow and have things added to it. I mean, maybe Jesus was somebody who was around and did card tricks and sleight of hands, and now here 2,000 years later, he's this God figure.
I got to be honest, I don't think that Christianity really became Christianity until the Council of Nicaea in 325. Because up until that point, there really wasn't a form of organized Christianity. There were a bunch of little people.
Yeah, it was.
You just
Little
made Gary
organization.
facepalm, Leo.
In that's fine. I mean, I know what I'm saying is true because I've had it taught to me by
No, it's
professionals
not.
in these fields. So, then you have to
No,
take
it wasn't.
you have to take that up with the professionals, not with me. It was not called
No, I
Christianity
can actually give
until
you actual
over
churches.
100 years until after Jesus died.
All right, so
they
let's
were
let
called the
Gary
Jewish- I
respond.
haven't even finished my point. They were called the Jewish Christian.
Oh yeah, finish Leo and then Gary.
And in fact, they were persecuted by the Roman Empire until Alexander the Great. No, not Alexander the Great. Why the fuck am I saying his name? Constantine.
Nero.
Constantine. I almost said Constantinople.
We lost
won a
RJ.
battle.
Yeah, I saw that.
Once he won a battle, he saw a cross make stars in the sky or from an asteroid or something and thought that it was the Christian God that had granted him his victories. And that's when he formulated or called, so to speak, the Council of Nicaea. That's what established Roman Catholicism, which was the first form of organized Christianity that existed. Before that, it was known as the Church of the Early Fathers. So you can disagree with me, but you're disagreeing with what the professionals are saying, not just with what I'm saying. I'm simply reiterating what every professional I've ever asked, which is at least half a dozen on the subject, has said.
Well, let's hear what Gary has to say.
Right. Yeah, the Roman Church was the first Roman Church, but it wasn't the first Roman Christian Church. It's the first unified church, as in the little pocket, the little pockets. But again, you keep ignoring this weird place called Alexandria. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's in Egypt. There's a
I
church
have.
there. There's a church in Syria. There's a church
Yes, there was.
in
There was one
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. There was one in Syria. There was one in Egypt. Yes, but those were disorganized. They weren't organized.
No, they
were
weren't.
not organized. They didn't have the structure.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. They
Yes, they
explicitly did. And they even fought amongst
did.
themselves on what to believe. So they were not
No,
organized.
they didn't.
They just straightforwardly were not organized. The fact that they were all over the place and couldn't even agree on what the canon of the religion was, that they were not an organized religion. They were a disorganized religion. It wasn't organized until Roman Catholicism came along, which set the canon for what Christianity is supposed to be.
Well, let's
Alexander
let Gary
wasn't
respond.
Catholic either, or was it part of the Roman Church either? So were they still disorganized when he came along? Again, you seem to not know what you're talking
Wait,
about.
who?
They were not part of the Roman Church, nor did they become
Who
part
wasn't?
of it. They were part of the
Who?
Eastern tradition.
Are you talking about
The Church of
the Eastern
Alexandria.
Orthodox? It didn't
No, I'm talking
split
about
from the
Eastern
Roman
tradition.
Catholic Church until the schism of 1054?
No, not Eastern Orthodox, Eastern tradition. Eastern Orthodox is something that came later. Eastern tradition.
Eastern tradition is
Okay.
never a term I've heard. I've heard Orthodox
Right.
numerous times, but
But-
never Eastern tradition.
Because, like the
I think we're-
Alexandrian.
Talking about
Right,
the same
you-
thing.
But yeah, because again, you do know that there's an Eastern tradition, right? Like Ethiopia, Syria, they were never part
I
of the
know
Roman
it as
Church.
Eastern Orthodox Church.
They were never part of the Roman Church, though.
Then how did they split from it?
No,
They-
you're talking
they
about
directly
Eastern
split from
Orthodox,
it.
not Eastern. Not the
Well,
Eastern philosophy.
I've never
I
heard
agree with both.
Eastern tradition. I've only ever heard the term Eastern Orthodox.
Have
I
you
think
ever
that's
heard
what
the
you're
word?
referring
All
to.
right, have you ever heard of the word synoptic? Have you ever heard of the
Hold on,
Coptic Christian?
hold on. You guys are having
Yes,
a disagreement.
I have.
I want to go. Hold on. I want to go to Dr. Josh, and maybe he can shed some light on this.
He can't.
Do you understand what Gary's saying about the Eastern traditions? Or
I do, but this is one of these, again, another one of these moments that if I don't know what consensus scholarship would say on something, I'd rather not.
Yeah, Dr.
Wait, what?
Josh is your true scholar. He's like, if I'm gonna actually know. So I will be the layman here and say that I agree with both in a way. I think you both are making very accurate historical points, and I think that you're kind of talking past each other because you don't have the same definition of what an organized church is. I actually agree with Gary. I think that there was churches before the Roman Catholic Church, and
there
they
were.
were
They
more
just were not
disorganized. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, they were more disorganized, but they were real churches and they were real movements that actually
yeah,
led
they were
to
real.
the
I'm not
formation
denying
of
they
that
were
Roman
real
Catholic Church.
But they were not an organized
So
Christianity.
yeah, I
We see
agree
today.
with both of you. I think you're kind of arguing past each other because you're both talking historical accuracy and from what I know of it, and I'm a high school dropout, take it as a grain of sand. But but from what I've studied, I actually agree with both of you right now, and it's kind of weird.
No, that's fine. Again, but I mean, it depends what you mean because again, like the churches were organized by, as I said, well, usually Paul, because again, these are the reason why Corinthians was written for a Pacific Church. Romans was written for the Roman Church. These letters weren't just written for nobody; they were written for Pacific churches at Pacific time. And the reason that they were so small was not because of Constantine, as you said, but because of Nero. I don't know if you've heard of him. He actually killed Christians by feeding them to lions, and they were persecuted a lot in the entire, a lot of places. Because there's a split between Christians and Jews, because the early Christians were Jews, and then they started to accept Gentiles, and Jews didn't really want to do that, and that's what caused the split. Well,
Yeah,
one of the reasons, because along with other reasons as well.
I definitely think like the Roman Catholic Church was able to get a hold of the narrative and the power and slowly became that dominating force that was the first structured organized religion of Christianity.
It's exactly what they did.
But before then there was like all these different segments of Christianity. They all had a different
organized bodies with different belief systems and thinking different things. Some thought Jesus was divine, others didn't. Others believed in a Trinity, others didn't. That means they were disorganized. They didn't have one central canon that they could all agree on. No religion ever has, but we have still been capable of organizing religions, and Roman Catholicism was explicitly the very first form of organized Christianity. Before that, I don't even think it was until like the mid-late 200s AC that the term Christian ever came about. They were referred to as the Jewish Christians. It was still considered a sect of
200s
Judaism.
AC.
AC. Oh my God! Wow, I am totally in
C.
Game of Thrones mode. AD, AD, or CE.
Yeah, BC.
I like this comment from Phil Ko. How dare Dr. Josh have intellectual honesty? We want you to make wild assertions, Josh.
It's what I love about Dr. Josh.
This is the internet, damn it.
I always tell Dr. Josh, I'm like, that's what I'm for. You be Dr. Josh, and then I'll go and do the dirt.
Well, so Sunflower, you're in the damn room. Why don't you ask the question in the room?
Okay, so sure, I'd like to make one point to just kind of leave this stupid back and forth I'm having in the chat with this guy, and that would be this. And let me know if you guys disagree with this. Even from an atheist naturalistic perspective, the history in which Jesus existed as just a natural man, but he didn't do anything supernatural. He wasn't some kind of God, but all of those things were then kind of fabricated, or in some way there was, they followed after, but he still existed as a person. That history lends itself way more to Occam's razor, even in the atheist naturalistic worldview, than the history in which he didn't exist at all. So it's intuitively, I know that what this person is doing in the chat is trying. I guess they were confused towards that, and maybe they were trying to say, maybe they conflated like rejections of Jesus not like existing at all with just that's what atheists believe, and that's why he had such a hard time, and that's why he embarrassed himself so much. But it's way more likely, using Occam's razor, that even in the atheist worldview, that Jesus was a person, but he was not supernatural.
Like maybe you should go on Discord and argue with Korag.
Okay. Well, I didn't name him.
But the one question you put in chat, I'd like Dr. Josh to see if he wants to address this, because I'm interested to hear about this. I mean, can you read that, Josh?
How do you distinguish documents from 2,000 years ago?
I mean, to be fair, that was me addressing that guy who kept saying
well,
that.
Whatever. I think it's an interesting question. I'd like to hear what Josh has to say.
Fair enough.
Is the question, how do you determine from a text what we should consider to be, historical from our standpoint?
I'll rephrase the question in a more general way. Like, if we have a document that's unanimously agreed upon to be from 2,000 years ago, but there's aspects of it that invoke things that are seemingly supernatural and mythical. Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
I think he was saying goodbye.
Go ahead. Okay. So if we have a document from 2,000 years ago, and it's unanimously agreed upon that that's what it's from, but there's aspects of it that maybe seem very mythical or clearly not historical accounts, then there's other aspects of it that are like, that seem to line up with other historical documents. Do we just throw the whole document out because there's some supernatural mythical stuff in it, or do we maybe keep the stuff that seems like it aligned with other stuff, or like how do we pick and choose regarding that?
I mean, we can take it out of something that's controversial in some circles, I guess. Take it into like the Assyrian royal inscriptions, right? I mean, we've got like Sargon's 8th campaign, right? Something from, mid first millennium BCE. And he's going on about how he led this charge into Urartu, and he ran ahead of his soldiers, and he cut through the mountains himself because his army was holding him back. Like, we read that and we go, okay, like, we know that there was, he made infiltration into Urartu. We know that he did these, but we have independent, administrative texts that show the army was being supplied to go up to Urartu. So we know independently that, we have good evidence independently that this was actually something that took place. But we look at this and we go, okay, so can we understand why, given the genre of royal inscription, which is, Hammurabi, for example, saying, I'm the best, I'm the most righteous, I serve the gods, can we filter it through that and say, can we understand this genre of royal inscription where the the king is going to have things written about him that seem a little over the top, and yet be able to filter those things out and say, but was there an incursion into Urartu? Right? Did Sargon make it there and take plunder? We know that he did, right? So we look at that royal inscription and what do they call it? The rake and the shovel. It was you rake in the good and you shovel out the bad, or the not bad, but for this purpose.
It's kind of like it's analogous, kind of like to like just look at in today's world, the things that come out of North Korea about Kim Jong-un. Supposedly he shot 18 on an 18-hole course, and he's divine, and he can beat up anybody or whatever some of the crazy claims are. So yeah, I mean,
that's actually a great example in my opinion, because I think that the reason that's such a good example is no one disputes Kim Jong-un existing. Like, there's a lot of accounts of us people seeing him, knowing him, talking to him, but we all know he didn't get a par whatever, like par 0, and like he didn't set these Olympic world records. So we can intuitively sift through, like Dr. Joss so eloquently put. We can look at texts and sort of sift through, well, this just sounds like it was embellished or maybe fabricated, but that doesn't lead us to believe the entire thing is a made-up fable. So again, that's all I was personally addressing here. I think.
Well, and I actually agree with you, Sunflower, and that's what I say. Like, I started as a complete mythicist, and by studying history and actually talking to people like Dr. Josh here, maybe not on this subject, but people like Godless Engineer, watching Dr. Richard Carrier, I was able to kind of solidify those beliefs. But then studying the other histories and talking to like rational historians like Dr. I totally messed that up, but I was able to come away from that and kind of be in the middle here. Like, I don't know. I think that it is probably more logical that it's all based off of a real human being, and that human being was mythicized, as opposed to it just being straight myth. But there are legitimate arguments that could be argued otherwise. And Dr. Richard Carrier, Robert Price, even Godless Engineer, amongst many others. What is that? Myth Vision channel is a good resource. There are arguments out there that I think are actually pretty good arguments, and it's still kind of up in the air a little bit.
Well, and I want to ask Sunflower. Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
Just real quick, I wanted to say one thing, sort of to piggyback on what Sunflower said. Like, we don't know, right? We don't know that he didn't shoot 18 in 18 holes or whatever. We don't know that he didn't do that. But when we think about it, logically, we don't just we're not discounting it because it sounds extraordinary. We're discounting it because, well, we understand why it would be said. We understand the genre. Like, he's making himself out to be this amazing, almost godlike person. So it's not. So I guess what I mean by that, or why I say that, is when I come to Assyrian royal inscriptions, new Assyrian royal inscriptions, or I'm looking at the old Akkadian period or something, and I see kings talking about these supernatural things that they've done. For example, like Naram Sin saying that he was deified. I look at that and say, well, I understand royal inscriptions, and I understand what they do, and I understand why kings present themselves this way. So it's not because I have some anti-supernatural bias that I'm, a priori saying, no, that's supernatural, so it couldn't have happened. It's more like, what makes more sense here? Does it make more sense that Naram Sin was actually deified by this group of gods because the people of Akkad asked that he be deified? Or is he just trying to do some type of propagandistic thing to secure his, control over the people? And I think that's where, when I come to the Hebrew Bible, those same sorts of things are weighed out for me, if that makes sense.
And this is my question for Sunflowers. Okay, so you just made a very good point, about how, hey, why are you going to throw everything out just because some of it sounds kind of hanky? But I would ask you, then what, if you are of that mindset, why would you believe a man could resurrect from the dead?
Well, okay. That's that's a very sort of, I guess, like that's a personal question, to be honest. I'm not here to. Well, it's true, but I mean, I know that sounds stupid, and you guys can laugh at that. I'm not gonna knock you for that. But like when I make my arguments, I'm very careful in that I try not to invoke personal beliefs. I try to operate in a world that
well, no, I mean, it's not okay, but if you believe something, you need to have like a rationale for it. You have to have an epistemic warrant for it.
Well, if I want to push it on other people or like
no, I'm not asking you to push it on other people. I mean, but that's a great point, because I'm pretty sure the Bible charges you with spreading the word about Jesus Christ. I mean, and like the basis of the Christian religion is that Jesus rose from the dead. And you just got done a few minutes ago saying how, well, hey, you can look at a document and you can tell what's right and tell what's wrong and, tell what's an outrageous claim. I'm paraphrasing you, of course. So when you make those kind of claims, that's the first question that comes to my head. Well, then how is it that you rationalize your belief that something happened in the course of human history that has never happened before and has not happened since, that a man died and rose from the dead?
Christ.
Yeah. So I know you're not going to like this answer, but it's a personal belief that I wouldn't. My rationalization, my justification isn't something I would expect any of you to be compelled by, and that's why I'm not bringing it to the table in this debate.
I mean, that's a cop out. I mean, did you have a personal?
It's not a cop out. I didn't come here to say Jesus rose from the dead, and I'm here to prove it. I'm making arguments.
That's what you don't understand. I'm not asking you to prove it. I'm just asking you, what is your rationale for believing it? I mean, you're not going to convince me anyway. I'm just saying, when you believe something, you have to have a rationale for it.
Okay, so if someone thinks they have the greatest wife in the world, or my son, I have the best son in the world, I have the best daughter in the world, and you go, well, you know what? Why do you think your son is the best? Like,
I would tell them why. Anybody I would ask would tell me why.
Yeah.
Wait, but is there do you think that it's rational?
This is interesting. I'm going to clip this part out. This is funny.
Well, this is a different.
The problem is those statements aren't even comparable, because there's a level of facetiousness. This is a good point to make. Hold on here. There's a level of facetiousness when they say, "Well, I've got the best dad or whatever in the world," and stating that Jesus came back from the dead. That latter statement is made as something that actually happened, whereas the former one is made with this level of facetiousness that we're not actually saying that literally that it's true. There's a level of facetiousness there that is not present when we talk about Jesus resurrecting from the dead. So why do you believe that magic can happen, and why can't anybody else do it ever at any point?
Yeah, again, I know you guys want to ask that question, but I
did ask that question.
Well, it's so all right. So if he doesn't want to answer the question, don't bully him and make him answer the question. I do find it interesting. I've never heard that before. Like the resurrection's a personal thing.
No. Wait, whoa. I'm not saying the resurrection.
And here's something else. Leo, you didn't ask the question. I did, and then you jumped in there and said the same exact thing I was about to say.
I don't think you guys are realizing.
You both asked the question.
Like I wouldn't come into a chat, like I wouldn't use I wouldn't make arguments if I knew they would fall on deaf ears. That's what I'm saying. So it's not that I'm not saying like, oh, the historicity.
But I mean, honestly though, like as a Christian, shouldn't you be trying to convert us right now?
Not if I don't have an argument that I think you'd be compelled by.
Shouldn't Christ give you that ability? I've never understood Christianity. I mean, I get some Christians that try to convert me, and they say that God gives them this power, and that they should be able to convince me of the truth. And then I have other. Well, no, I'm not. I'm literally talking about my experiences with other Christians, and then I have other Christians that don't try to do that at all, and they're like, it's not my responsibility to try to convert you. If God wants you to become a Christian, then he will give you a personal experience and you'll become a Christian. So, I mean, I just find it interesting that Christians can be so utterly different. I don't know. I was making
I'm of-
an
I'm of-
odd little observation there.
Well,
I'm of the later.
Well,
I'm
here's
of
the,
the
here's the
later
thing. Well, hold on, Femur. Here's the thing too. Like you said, well, I'm not here to try and convert anybody, but you have two fellow Christians in the room right now. Like, you wouldn't want to share with them why you think Jesus rose from the dead.
I'm
No.
usually disappointed when Christians don't try to convert me.
Not at all. I know you guys want. Okay,
There's
go
also
ahead.
something else that's really important here. You have admittedly stated that the evidence you have for Jesus' resurrection is not going to convince anybody but you. So then the question becomes, why are you convinced by evidence you have already admitted wouldn't convince anybody else?
Whoa. I'm not going to say it wouldn't convince anyone but me, but in this context and format on this YouTube live stream, I know for a fact that.
How do you know?
it-
Wait.
it's not going
There's
to.
two other Christians in the room. You might give your rationale for believing that, and one of these other gentlemen might
Well,
agree.
you know what, John? I know you want the soundbite, but I'm sorry, you're not going to get it.
It's not that I want the soundboard. It's just that I'm like perplexed, just like Knock is. That because I literally, and maybe the two other Christians in the room will disagree with me. Literally, any Christian I've ever asked that, any Christian I've ever asked that of, is happy to talk about why they believe it. And I think any other Christian I would ask that would be happy to talk about.
If
Okay,
only
I'm
S.J.
different.
Thomason were here right now, I mean, we would have answers.
Right.
Can I just say something? Right, Sunflower. Right, I think it was Jesus Christ said you're supposed to answer any question asked of you. I think in the Bible.
Well, I did
From
answer
what-
the question. Like,
but again, the other answer is it's a faith thing. It's based on faith. We have faith that Jesus did that because again, I can't go back in time as much as I'd like to and prove that he came back to life as much as I'd
Right.
like to. So it's based upon faith. Would you not agree with that, Sunflower?
I do agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, why can't it just be a personal faith thing? And again,
Sorry, what was that?
these five people here don't share that faith, which is fine. Again, the
Yeah,
thing is, we could just say that we have faith in it, and and that's the reason we believe it. Again, they don't, which is fine. Does it make them bad people? No.
You could. I was taking the question as like, okay, well, you can review history. You can review things as like historically if they make sense or not. So why are you now adding to that a faith-based claim? And I'm like, well, yeah, it's well, again, your answer is like something I agree with, but I didn't feel it was necessary to try to like explain how, explain the concept of faith and how
Right,
it's not.
but you forget what this question came out of. It came out of claims you were making about being able to discern what is accurate in an ancient text and what is embellishment and what is most likely not accurate.
Yeah, within
So that's
the
where that question came
the
out
first thing
of.
I said, if you recall, the first thing I said was within the atheist naturalistic worldview, it makes more sense that Jesus existed, regardless of whether or not you think he was.
That's what you said, but the subject moved.
That was a crucial point of what I was saying.
Yeah, I think I'm done arguing about whether or not we're going to answer this question.
We're beating a dead horse, and I am that horse. Do you think, Knock, that now's the time? You said you had some questions for P. Mars, like.
Well, I mean, that's going to get into some mud, and I like the history conversation we're having for right now. I mean, I can ask those questions of P. Mars at any time because I'm trying to come to a determination if I'm just going to even talk to this dude anymore. But I don't want to go there right now when we're in the middle of such a great conversation. Let's not let this last 10 minutes of I'm going to refuse to answer a simple question any Christian would love to answer. Spoil the historical conversation we were having.
Well, and I thought of something I was going to say a few minutes ago, and didn't, like, when we were talking about, the Kim Jong Un claims, and that maybe that Christ was a real person, and the story just got embellished over time. But I know Wilt Chamberlain was real, but I'm not sure he actually had sex with 16,000 women.
That's the claim he made.
Yeah, that's the claim he made.
But the thing is that, like, I think the problem is that atheists and Christians are coming for this for two totally different mindsets. Our mindset is that Jesus did these things because he did these great things around Judea, Jerusalem, whatever you want to call it. and did influence us to, we feel, with what he said and did, to be better people than we were previously. Now you can say, again, the thing is that that's the miracle he did, if you want to use the word miracle, because again, like the other stuff was just like God's thing of that. But I think actually making people actually better people. Again, again, the thing is that that's what works with those Christians today, is that we try and be better people than we were previously. Like the debt state, even if it's a little bit. It doesn't mean that I don't think that atheists could be good people, by the way. Actually, I think that atheists could be good people. It depends on what you do. Again, it depends on what you do, and that's what Jesus does for us. He transforms us in that way. He makes us better people than we were previously.
Yeah.
Sunflower and Knock. I just thought it's like, okay, so like Knock just said a moment ago, and not going back to that, but like, you not wanting to answer that question kind of reminds me when Trump was asked to tell what his favorite Bible verses were. And he said, no, that's a personal matter. I don't want to get into that. But at any rate, go ahead, Doctor.
There's so many of them,
Well, I think I know what his favorite Bible verses are. It would be like the whole master and slave thing.
But were you trying to say something there, Josh? I jumped on you.
No.
I kind of agree with Gary. I don't think it really matters so much whether Jesus existed or not. I think the important thing is how you live. And that's why I'm a Christian, is because I think the Christian God is a God of love and freedom. And
I will actually agree with you and Gary P. Mars. I get accused of brushing with a broad stroke, but I truly try not to. I am usually talking to the fundamentals. If Jesus makes you a better human being, right, and you can accept people and not be a judgmental bastard, I'm all for that. like, please do that. Whatever makes you a better human being, do it. It's when it starts to make you a worse human being. That's when I have the problem. And I would say the same about atheism. Like, there's sometimes I'm a douche to where maybe I wouldn't have been if I was still a believer, right? So sometimes atheism can make me a worse person. And I'm just talking bullshit trying to relate the two. I hate how Christianity can make bad people or good people bad people. Like my dad right now, he's a great human being, but he has really atrocious beliefs because of his Christianity, because he's become more fundamental as he's gotten a lot older and closer to his final times on this earth. And I just don't understand that. Like if it makes you a better human being, I'm for it, and I'm not against you. Progressive Christians out there putting out different narratives, accepting homosexual people into the church, accepting all people into the church. Like Mormons are finally starting to let black people in, although it's still a fucking issue. This is still an issue within all these different churches, and that's what I have a problem with.
I did have an answer to one of the questions earlier where you guys were asking, like, why didn't Jesus write anything down? And I think the reason for that is, to me, my view is Jesus, the revelation of God in Jesus Christ, is against morality in a moral system, because like you can write a law, right, and write a command that says thou shalt not kill or whatever, but that doesn't necessarily take the desire out of the person's heart. And that's what Jesus was trying to tell us. It's like, it's not good enough to just follow commandments and follow rules. We actually have to have love in our hearts so we don't even desire to do bad thing. And that's why he wouldn't write anything down. And that's I think was his message in my
I mean, for Christ's sakes, Dr. Phil's written like 15 books. Why the hell wouldn't Jesus write something?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if I was Jesus, I would have had a book of poetry in my back pocket all the time. That'd be a bestseller forever. Forever.
There's a message of love
that I wanted to make really, really quickly. So Otangelo said in the chat, atheism does not make anyone a better being. Number one, I don't think anybody in this stream yet tonight, whether they're still here or not, has ever made that claim. Number two,
neither does being a Christian,
or any religion for that matter, does not make you a better person. So yeah.
I don't know if I still have eardrums. I'm checking. I'm checking.
Yeah. I agree with that. Just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you're a good person. There's been lots of Christians that have done
You don't only agree with that, P. Mars. You are the president of that fucking club. We're not going to go there yet.
Well, and yeah, I mean, that just doesn't follow that. And I can't remember anybody ever making that claim that if you don't believe in God, that makes you a better person. Like that's kind of silly.
Oh, it's funny because now Otangelo is committing the fallacy of special pleading. He says, "Who follows Christ's first command becomes a better person." No, I know a lot of people that follow Christ that think that gay people should be killed, that transgendered people should be killed,
Hashtag Smokey Saint.
killed. Hashtag Matt Powell's a piece of shit. Hashtag so is Kent Hovind. So yeah, saying that believing in Christ makes you a better person is literally by textbook definition the fallacy of special pleading. So if you want to make a fallacious argument, go right ahead. I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Oh, Angelo, see, you start talking shit about him and he appears.
All the Christians are like that. I swear to God, they're all like that. When I was interviewed by Matt Pig,
I was muted. I was muted the whole
like 3 or 4 different Christians, and they ended up showing up in the
Well,
chat.
right, but like, don't be too hyperbolic and say all. Christians.
Leo, I'm not homophobic at all. I actually live in
Yeah.
Manchester, which has got one of the biggest LGBT communities in the UK. So
Yeah,
I'd like you not to include me in that division. And I'm all for gay marriage and trans rights.
Yeah, that's fine, but the vast majority of Christians aren't.
well,
so some
Christians
atheists,
in
I hate to
America.
tell you,
Christians
some
in
atheists are
America,
homophobic.
Yeah,
Well,
but
Leo,
I
Leo,
get very highly
all right, chill out. Leo, don't conflate Christianity with the American Christians that you know. It's a totally different thing in the rest of the world. There is a huge contingent of progressive Christians across the pond to where there isn't here, and it's easy to forget that. It's easy to forget that.
in other areas.
You didn't even hear what I said, man.
Because they don't have the evangelism that we have here.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it's easy.
I said that's
to,
because there are more Christians on the planet that probably think there's something wrong with homosexuality than there are Christians who don't. Because of
Well, I would
the-
agree. Yeah, because the Bible says so. You know, because
Islam is probably more against homosexuality.
Everybody that I come in contact with in the real world are all Christians, and none of those people have bigotry towards LGBTQ people.
oh, John, come on.
Christians are supposed
Come
to.
on, dude. I mean, come on. I got to call you out on that claim.
I'm telling you, like everybody in my
Maybe they
family-
don't go around saying it, but I'm telling you, if you ask them the question, they probably surprise you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I mean, just look at what's been said in here. There's
Every Christian I know is homophobic. Every single one. Everyone in my family.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's whole sects of Christianity that allow gay people in the church that accept
Which
gay-
ones? Which ones? You're talking
I mean,
universal churches, non-denominational churches, maybe, but
No,
not-
Quakers.
Stalin wasn't Christian. He put homosexuals in the gulags.
Yeah. Well, look. What's the one? There's a pretty big denomination that
Quakers.
had that allow women to be preachers and accept gay people. They even had a gay. I don't know whether it's called a priest or a preacher.
I mean, Episcopalians do that.
Episcopalian,
Anglicans do that.
yeah.
So one small denomination out of all of them.
Well, I mean, I
Very
think
small denomination.
it probably would be useful to maybe think about it more because I don't know the numbers, but I think in my experience, what I see is that the more, if you think about it on a scale, the further you go toward inerrancy and inspiration of the sort of the evangelical fundamentalist view of inspiration and inerrancy, the more dogmatic and more problematic, I think, toward LGBTQ rights it becomes, and the more progressive it ranges, you've said. So you start moving toward Anglican, Episcopalian, where you're not taking the biblical text in that inerrancy, inspiration. You're not viewing it the same way. It's much, the interpretive model is far different. That's when things become less
and
problematic.
that's kind of my point, though, because like when you talk about the 2.2 or 2.4 billion Christians on the planet, the vast majority of them are not dogmatic. The vast majority of them do not conduct their lives as if they are biblical literal.
You don't have to be dogmatic to be raised. Most people, believe it or not, John, were raised in a society here in America that detested gay people. Christian or not, you know, it was a societal thing.
Wait, I'm 57 years old. I certainly know that because that was going on when I was a young
and
man.
that's what I'm saying. Like every single Christian I know
you're older than me.
personally, every Christian, every single one of my family Christian members are homophobic. Every single one of them. I have had family Christian members, John, come to me and say that I myself must be gay because I defend gay rights.
Right.
You
But
know,
I still don't think that. I still don't think that refutes my argument. When you talk about the vast majority,
I'm just saying, there's no way in hell.
can I finish a
John,
fucking
you made a fucking claim, John. You made a claim. You
Can
made
I-
a claim that every fucking human, every Christian that you know in your real life is not homophobic, and I am disputing that, my dude.
No, you're not. You're not disputing that because I've talked to all the members of my family about it. I've heard their opinions about who that everybody is worthy of the same rights. Okay, and I'm not trying to that's just my experience with my friends and family that I've talked to about this. Okay, you have a different experience. My overall point though is that when you talk about the entirety of Christendom, the majority of them are not these dogmatic, extremist, fundamentalist, biblical literalists. I mean, you've heard me make the argument before that it's a good thing. Well, I mean, prove it. I mean,
half of America believes that
That's accurate. That's accurate.
half of America believes in the young Earth, John.
I mean,
Half of the Christians in America believe in young
that's
Earth.
half of America. We're only 4% of the world's population, dude.
Where would you rather be gay than America? Honestly,
Like Catholic-
If it's like
Canada,
okay, yeah, Canada,
Sweden,
right,
France,
right.
Spain, Germany.
What?
Hell,
Wait,
even
wait,
the
wait a
United
second.
Kingdom, Ireland,
Spain.
Norway,
Spain.
Denmark, Finland.
Oh,
There's
all
so
the-
many other
All
places. that
other
would rather
majority
be gay
Christian,
than the
all
United
majority
States.
Christian countries.
All right, we are
all
delving into,
majority Christian countries.
we're delving into dumpster fire.
Which
let's-
actually, a lot of those aren't actually majority Christian that I named. But the initial point that I was making has been so far missed that it took out several satellites. If you meet an individual and you know nothing about their religiosity, what religion they are or how deeply they adhere to it, and they say, you know what, I'm just really bothered by the gays. You cannot fucking sit here and tell me that the first thing that goes to your mind is, well, this person's a hardcore religious nut.
Well, this person
Because it is.
grew up in
So the whole point is
grew up
that
in
these sort of
communist China.
bigoted mentalities,
I
well,
would
communism
think
has
it's
nothing to do with this.
Muslim.
These bigoted mentalities tend to stem from staunch religiosity. That doesn't mean that everybody a part of a religion will adhere to that. But you tend to find open-mindedness is much more prevalent amongst
I've met
seculars
atheists.
than
I've
it is
met
amongst
atheists
religious.
that are homophobes.
Except
Well, yeah,
for
but no,
Yeah, I'm
Leo-
not saying they're not out there. I'm
Leo's
saying
right,
they're
though.
significantly further. They're significantly few and significantly further in between than bigots who are religious.
Yeah, well,
China.
Leo's right. Like the society that I talked about earlier, the society that people our age grew up in, right? The younger people might not remember like we do here in America, but it was a very harsh society for gay people to live in, and that's because of the religiosity of America. I'm not trying to separate the two, but I'm just saying, like, you don't have to be religious to be homophobic. That's just an absurd claim, but it's problematic when the Bible most people believe in calls them abominations. It's very
Well,
problematic.
there's also
I mean, you look at all
atheism
you
in
take all
China.
religions into account, and I agree with what Leo just said. Like, if somebody that I don't know says something homophobic, that he's right. I mean, the first thing most people would think is like, man, what are you, like a fundamentalist Muslim or a fundamentalist Christian or something?
Or did you grow up in communist China when atheism was
What does
nationalized?
communist China have to do with any of this?
I mean,
China isn't even
well, wait.
communist, so
Like-
if you say communist
because
China,
our
doesn't make
society-
sense.
Well,
It's
no,
like
no.
saying socialist America. America has never been and still
sorry,
isn't
Dr.
socialist.
Well, I can clear that up. I can clear that up. Due to the sort of strange nature of China's economy, like during the sort of the communist era is when they nationalized atheism as the state. They basically nationalized atheism and then at the exact same time, gay people were subject to some of the worst human rights violations ever.
That has
That's
nothing
why-
to do with atheism.
Well, okay. I mean, That
How many?
look,
How many?
I'm not going to
people-
say
I'm
you're
going to
wrong.
persecute you as a
Hey,
gay
Sunflower,
person
hold
because I
on,
don't
Leo.
believe in
Hold
God.
on.
That makes
Hold
no
on,
fucking
hold
No,
on.
I-
Stop. Sunflower, how many people in China are atheists?
Do you expect me to have that number? That's kind of
I
weird.
mean,
don't know.
you said that they're an atheistic nation. I mean,
Yeah, it's nationalized. Like the official
okay, does
government.
that mean that everybody in China is an atheist, though?
The vast majority
not.
are. Yeah.
No,
The
they're
identi-
not. As a matter of fact, no, they're not.
What? Am I wrong?
Vast
here? Is the-
majority
Yeah,
of
you
Chinese
are.
people are
Do
not
you want
atheists.
How do you know that, John?
Wait, well, let me look
Do
this
you
up.
want the
then.
statistics? I can give them right now.
Yeah,
About 450 to 500 million people are positive atheists and agnostics worldwide, and China has the most, 200 million of them. 200 million to almost 2 billion people? Yeah, no. The majority of people in China ain't fucking atheists, buddy.
Oh, okay. So just the highest percentage of atheists. My bad.
Out of any country in the world, because China also has the highest population.
I
Well,
mean, all right,
no,
so
highest-
time
no,
out, time out,
no,
time
wait a
out,
minute,
time
wait a minute.
out,
Wait,
time out, time out.
highest
Wait, this
proportion
is
is not
time
about raw
Wait,
numbers.
I understand
Time
it, but
out.
this is important to what he just said. Okay, look. Also, of those 200 million that Leo just suggested, there is a vast majority of them that maybe aren't atheists because they would be have repercussions from their government if
The government
they
is
declare
atheist.
believing in God in any fashion.
All right, so just real quick, time out. Like, man, we have went into some dumpster fire realms. I apologize. I wanted to have that historical discussion. I just can't allow myself to stop the dumpster fires, so I apologize.
You don't have nothing to apologize for.
Yeah.
Dr. Josh.
Oh no, but
Check
we
out
were
this link,
having a
guys.
great fucking. We were having a good talk, and then boom, the rage hits, and
the subject changed, and I mean, I thought
yeah, I know.
RJ left, and the religious thing kind of died off. Or, I mean,
It happens. It happens. I'm just sad. I'm sorry. But no, please continue because I love it when Christians always go to the communist atheist thing.
I do.
Every time their religion, every time the atrocities of their religions are brought up.
I really
Well,
got to
the
think
thing
something.
is- sorry.
Because Sunflower said that China made atheism like essentially their state religion, stating a
He
country
did.
explicitly stating that they have no state religion, saying that their state religion is atheism is a really fucked up way of
No,
spinning
they
off the
outlawed
fact that the
religion.
country. Well,
Whoa, whoa,
they
whoa.
kind of didn't because there are numerous religious people that live in China and have lived there for fucking decades
insane.
with
This is
no
insane.
problems. You know that this isn't what's
Yes,
insane is
it
that
is.
you have no understanding of anything that goes on in fucking China because
Okay.
I have friends that are from there and everything
okay.
you're
All right,
saying
Leo,
is said
Leo,
explicitly
Leo.
wrong.
Yeah, click
You're
the
wrong
link.
on
Click the link.
everything
Click
that's
the
coming
link.
out
Wow.
of the
Click the
idiotic
link.
hole
Leo,
on the
click
front
the
of your
link.
face.
Click the link. Click the link.
I'm
I posted.
gonna have to start mute motherfuckers. I'm gonna straight up gonna tell you. I'm gonna start muting people.
Click the link.
Gary has his hand up. We're gonna let Gary get in here. Like, let's not scream at each other. Let's have a civil conversation, please.
I love Leo's passion, but sometimes he gets a little too passionate.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gary.
Personally, I don't like this guilt by association thing because, again, everybody's an individual. No matter what religion or dom we follow, we're all individuals and we're all responsible for what we do. We're not responsible for what little religious groups or political groups. Because, again, I'm very left. Does that mean that I'm responsible for what the Nazis did, considered they were the socialist group, or what people on the communist side or people on the left-hand side? No, I'm responsible for what I do. Again, atheists are individuals and Christians are individuals, and they're responsible for what they do. I can't be responsible for witch burnings and the Crusades and stuff like that. I wasn't born there. There's nothing that I could have done, unless I had some time travel, which I can't. So how am I responsible for what somebody in the past does? The thing is, we're responsible ourselves. Now, I think China, but the way China treats some religious people is poor, and saying it doesn't is wrong because is it Uyghur Muslims? They've been genocided for the last year and a half. Uyghur Muslims.
I think
So
we should-
Leo is too busy having an
maybe
aneurysm.
shit towards those people, but that's on China. That is not on any atheist who lives anywhere else in the world. That's on China. The way that their social
Yes.
policy works and the way that they treat, like for example, Uganda is a Christian country that tortures children and kills witches and kills homosexuals. Is that on every Christian across the world? No, that's on Uganda and its social and economic and social policy. So again, can we cut it with this guilt by association crap? Everybody
Yes.
is accountable for what they do. They're not accountable for what happened, what little groups they happen to feel then.
Yeah, I mean, I will sit here and say fuck China, you know, and thank you for bringing up Uganda, Gary, because I talk about that often. Yeah, I mean, this whole guilt by association thing. I bring up atrocities, right, and I talk about atrocities, but I it's not to demonize Christian. It's just to talk about history, you know, just to bring light to that. And Leo, I think you're still muted, my dude. I'll let you go in a minute, but I totally agree. Like, you know, the guilt by association argument just doesn't work when you're looking through the modern lens. It's not going to get us anywhere. Both sides do atrocious shit, right? So like, it doesn't matter. That's not the issue. Isn't is Christianity or atheism better when it comes to atrocities across the world? The issue is how do we end these fucking atrocities? That's the issue.
Well, I mean, and just Leo, I know you're trying to get in, but I want to welcome Seawolf, and he just popped in and want to know if he wanted to add anything.
If you want to end atrocities, you could start by shutting the stream.
We didn't ask you, P-Mark. Shut the fuck up.
Your name ain't fucking Seawolf, P-Mark. You fucking dildo. Do you have anything to say right now, Seawolf?
You know, it's funny because can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
5x5, buddy.
I just watch these streams and I listen to these debates, and again, I come in here, I'm just kind of an observer, and I love what all you guys are doing, and I just constantly amazed at how these theists are in such disagreement with one another. I've got Chris Keith over here in the side chat saying that he remained silent when Batman was talking smack about killing homosexuals because, I don't know, I have no idea why he was silent, but apparently he must agree with most of what Batman thinks. Because
and I just said earlier today we were doing a stream. We opened up the stream and I said, look, if you're in a live broadcast with a group of people, and one of those people says something that is antithetical to your beliefs and your ideals, if you don't speak up right at that moment and give them blowback,
it's consent.
You're co-signing the shit they said.
Right. Yeah. I would think that to a great degree as well. And that's the thing, especially with these guys who are so vocal about their position regarding theism and what Jesus wants and what the Bible really, really, really says. Because I can never get a straight story from any of them. I know that Sunflower has something against being a homosexual as well. He'll provide tons of evidence for you.
Yeah, no, I don't. Okay,
wait a second.
So Seawolf is a groupie of mine, guys. He literally just comes.
Well, no. But it's Seawolf's turn, and then you'll get a turn.
Okay,
Sunflower.
but he's a deranged stalker, so keep that in mind.
Okay.
Keep talking, dude. I love it.
Smokey Saint's a deranged stalker too, but I still talk to the guy.
Right. I'm a totally deranged stalker for Sunflower because he's so cute. At least from his picture, he's fairly attractive. I can't really speak for him in reality. No, I've gone toe to toe with Sunflower a couple of times, and both times he shows up, he has a lot of negative things to say about homosexuality, and
never happened.
Plenty of evidence for it, right? Don't you have plenty of evidence?
No, that's literally never happened. Now you're just making up shit again.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, Sunflower, that you've never provided me with any evidence that homosexuality is a bad decision for society. Is that what you're claiming?
Wait, what? Wait, state that again. I've never provided.
You never provided me.
What is,
with any
how
article.
Society doesn't decide on what do you? That wasn't even fucking coherent. That homosexuality is a bad decision for society. Like,
this is
try to break down the grammar of that.
Very simple.
Wait. I have I've literally talked to Misha Popoff, and he makes the same argument. So
yeah, I don't see why you're dodging.
Can't actually say what he's trying to say. He's putting it in very vague terms. Homosexuality is a bad decision for society. What exactly did I say, and how would you be more?
Again, I'm so sorry, Dr. Josh. Bow out. I love you, Dr. Josh, for putting up with this shit.
No shit.
Sunflower.
Yeah, tell me what I said.
Do you believe that homosexuality?
Oh, now's the question. Wait a second.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
Pivoted from you telling me what I've told you, and now you're asking me a question because you know I've never said anything like what you just said.
Really?
You're trying to
said anything like that. Okay.
No,
I feel like that might have been a setup, Sunflower.
You're a freak of nature, Seawolf. You're a weird person.
I feel like that might have been a setup, Sunflower.
Can you Can I ask you a question then, just to clarify, so I don't mistake in your position?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Wow, it doesn't even
Yeah,
work.
I know
So
the
I'd
rules
like
of
to
it.
chime in here because I wanted to point out that
Too easy, man.
neither myself nor I don't believe anybody else in the room
Guys,
ever
bury
said
yourself.
that because some religious people don't like gays, therefore anybody a part of that religion automatically doesn't like gays. The point that I made is that bigotry toward numerous demographics of people, more often than not, meaning yes, I understand there are times when it doesn't happen, but generally speaking, a lot of bigotry towards specific demographics of people like gay people, like transgendered people, and like people of differing religions stems from religious people. Why do you think people in Ethiopia or whatever country it was that you mentioned are still hanging witches or burning witches or whatever? Do you think
was
they're doing
Uganda.
that just because they don't like it? No, that has religious connotations behind it.
Well,
So,
and-
so same with numerous like Saudi Arabia and all these
Leo-
other countries that literally kill gay people, behead gay people in the street.
Leo,
They're not doing that for fun. They're doing that because of their religion. That does that mean that
Yeah,
everybody
but-
that's a part of the religion believes that? No, but it does mean that people are still doing that because their religion tells them to. So my point still stands that a lot of bigotry directed at certain demographics of people originates from a religious belief.
All right, so Leo, Uganda's a very interesting country to look at. I've been looking at Uganda for quite a while. The National Prayer Breakfast is actually behind the whole kill gay thing that happened in Uganda and is still going on, as Gary mentioned. But when it comes to the witchcraft, it's a very interesting case study because in Uganda and in a lot of African countries still to this day, they believe in voodoo and they believe in witchcraft. So it is a serious problem within Africa that they are dealing with in a completely wrong way. So I mean, it's just when you look at these countries, it's very easy to be in America or in a westernized civilized civilization and not quite understand the dynamics of everything that's going on within the country. The killing the gay things, that was American influenced. It was the National Prayer Breakfast. It was the Republican fucking caucus. But when it comes to the witchcraft thing, that's something that goes on across Africa. And it's something that nobody really talks about, and everybody should be, because it's still happening. I bring up burning of witches, and you're talking about ancient history. No, I'm talking about shit that still goes on today. You just don't see it because you live in a certain spot of the world. So it's a very complex issue. I see P Mars has his hand up. As long as you continue to be good, P Mars, go
Can I
ahead.
make the one last point that I wanted to make about the fact that there's
Well, yeah, please do, and then P Mars can go.
Yeah, there's 200 million atheists, self-avowed atheists in China. They have a population of 1.393 billion people. So let's say 1.4 billion people. That means that the population of China that is actively atheist is 1/7 the population. The rest are some sort of religion, most of them being the Chinese traditional religion, with the next subset being Buddhist. So the vast majority of people in China are not atheist. Also, state atheism essentially just means a promotion of secularism. You could consider the United States essentially a state atheist country. Same with Canada. Same with most industrialized nations because they promote secularism.
Right. So what he just said is true, but he's leaving out the fact that unaffiliated is a category, and way less people actually identify as atheist or agnostic. Way more identify as unaffiliated,
Which
and
does
that's
not mean atheist or agnostic. You can still
Well,
believe in a
sure.
God, but be unaffiliated with any religion. So
okay,
the
listen.
statistic you're bringing literally just isn't really relevant to the
Leo,
point that I
don't wanna
made.
split
Which the
hairs
point being
here.
that those who identify as atheist actively is
Okay.
not the largest part of the population, which seemed to be a point that you were trying to insinuate on.
I wasn't, but I admit that I did misspeak. So I was referencing the unaffiliated, but I did say atheist. So I'll be clear. That was not accurate. Leo is right. However, unaffiliated is like generally considered to be
non-religious.
Non-religious, right?
Yeah.
So
Which
yes,
doesn't mean doesn't believe in God. Just means that they
Okay,
don't
fair
subscribe
enough.
to any religion.
that is a fair distinction. So I will concede that.
But yes, China has a huge problem with religion, mainly Islam. That's why they have like over 1 million people, 1 million Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps right now. But that's because China is the totalitarian
Can I go
state.
now? May I talk now?
Unfortunately, sure.
I was going to agree with Leo about the fact that when he was saying religion causes a lot of war and violence and bad things, but I would just argue that at least when Christians are doing that, they look like hypocrites because in the Bible, Jesus says we should love our enemies, whereas like Muslims can use the Quran to justify things like holy war.
So can Christians.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
can
but when
Christians.
the Christians did the Crusades, they were imitating Muslims, and they looked like hypocrites.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. The Crusades were a Christian response to the Muslims violently taking their land.
Muslims started.
Wait, P-Mars. Irrespective of the Crusades, there's Christians and whole groups of Christians now that use the Bible to,
It can be. Well, it can be
because
argued that
Islam-
it can be argued, P-Mars, that the war in the Middle East right now is a jihad. It's a Christian versus Islam war.
It's more Islam versus Islam, which like the Sunnis versus the Shias versus the Quranic.
George Bush famously, like George Bush, when he went to war in Iraq, when he put our troops in the Middle East, he did it as a born again Christian doing a Christian thing. So I mean,
I already said that. I said at least that Christians look like hypocrites, and that they did get the idea of holy wars from Islam, who were the first to do it, and then Christians later imitated Islam. Yes, it's actually true, Leo. You don't know everything, apparently.
I never. Thanks for the compliment, because I've never claimed everything, but you
you
are
know,
wrong.
Yes,
I don't know how.
Know everything.
I don't know how.
Not once, not ever.
All right, so I don't know how true this claim is because it's J-Dubs and he's like the worst Jew ever. But J-Dubs says jihad comes from Judaism.
No, that's not true. Well, I can't say it's not true. It's an Arabic word, but the language Arabic existed before Islam did, so I can't necessarily say. So let's see here. From Arabic, jihad, struggle or effort. Noun, jihad, countable, plural, jihad. Islam, a holy war undertaken by Muslims. Historical, the Muslim response to the Crusade in the 12th century, an aggressive campaign for an idea. So it would seem that the word jihad does have Islamic origins.
Yeah, I think that J-Dubs is just J-Dubs.
Now,
Sorry.
if more people knew how to do what I just did, this world would be a lot less stupid.
You know, somebody posed an argument to me, and it got to me. It was like, why are you dead naming J-Dubs? And it got to me. And me and John's gone now, but he'll be back maybe because we're almost full. So, but it got to me, and I stopped calling J-Dubs J-Dubs. But John had to convince me. No, J-Dubs is J-Dubs. You know, like I'm not dead naming J-Dubs, right? Like, it just isn't the case. And John lost his spot. Would you fucking love that?
Hey, I'm gonna cut out. I'm gonna cut out then. But I did want to say this to Chris Keith. Hey man, I'm conceding in that side chat where I was saying that you were present at that.
I was about to
Batman
say, hang
thing.
on a second before you bounce out. If you don't, I don't mean to jump in, but that was my whole point, man. I'm
Yeah.
working too. I'm not following these streams. That stream was a hot stream that night.
No, see,
But when
just to clarify real quick, I thought you were actually on that stream. I must have seen you.
Okay, well, I was on that stream, but I wasn't. When that happened, I said when I came in, like I was blown away. What Mr. Batman said that when I went back when I came in Knox channel, so I specifically went back afterwards. After we had the stream with Knock, I even came back and made a comment to Knock to let him know that anybody that had a problem with that to come over to that stream. That ironically, Mr. Smokey was fixing to have another open mic with Mr. Batman, but before that, I brought that up because another Christian observant that observes the Torah, I was asking him, "Is that part of your doctrine?" Because I denounced that. So, like, that's
you
totally
you said that. I think
mischaracterizing
it was David Neff's stream you had mentioned.
Yeah.
In that
So,
stream,
like,
you were
I wasn't, like what John was saying, like, somebody to speak up, like, yeah, I would have, if it was a stream just like about Christians and we're like saying, yeah, this is a stream about how like we should hate homophobics, dude, I would totally, you know what I mean? Because I made my position clear that it's the act of sodomy.
Well, Chris Keith, and you did come on my channel and you did clarify, and I'm going to grant you that because it was like.
That stream was not like, I mean, when he came out with that, I was like about 2 or 3 minutes behind. I could have not have stepped up to that.
And I do want to say goodbye to Dr. Josh.
But yeah, that's cool.
I'm sorry,
See, I
Dr.
understand if
But
get messed up. So.
yeah, you did come on this stream and on my stream and clarify yourself, and I am going to give you that. But Smokey Saint has doubled down now and has brought Mr. Batman back on. Smokey Saint doesn't seem to have much issues with what Mr. Batman was putting down.
No, not at all. And neither does Nicholas apparently either.
I was surprised.
I think now that you brought that up, I think now would be a marvelous time to watch the first few minutes of that video.
I asked Nicholas, but I didn't ask him in a way with what his opinion on it was. So I'm not going to sit here and put words in. I'm pretty sure he would. I don't know. I'm not going to put words in his mouth.
So how about it, Nog?
But can I ask Knock a question real quick with John?
Yeah, real quick. I just want to say what's up, Hannibal. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you back. All right, go ahead.
Ronnie, and I'm glad to see Leo's calmed down. He's probably because he's drinking beer, and that brings me to my question. You quit drinking, right?
Yeah. Yes. December 31st.
Why'd you quit drinking?
New Year's.
I did it because I was drinking every night, and I watched my mom die of alcoholism. But it was affecting my YouTube, and now I would say. It could be COVID, but I would say that there's been a couple times recently that my pain medication has affected my YouTube. So now I'm thinking about trying to stop my pain medication.
Would you say if somebody was drinking every night, that's probably going to be a bad thing?
Yes, I would.
As your buddy Leo's been drinking a lot of beer lately when I see him in the stream.
I don't drink every night.
If people drink every night,
I'm just trying to flip the tables, man.
If people drink every night, that's their personal choice. I would recommend against it. Being with
speak out, man. You got it.
With my life experiences, I would say I would tell everybody stop smoking, right? Don't ever start smoking.
Don't start smoking. Hold on, I got to jump in here real quick before it happens again. It's doing the same shit it was now that when we were on Godless Granny's stream the other night. I don't know why.
Well, John, and earlier
Nathan, we just went over that. What are you talking about?
Real quick, Chris, because I don't want to cut John off, and he could be out any moment. John, earlier you was lagging a bit too. It was almost Kung Fu Theater as you was talking. So I don't know. Maybe Maybe we need to do some behind the scenes and try to clean out your computer or something.
Oh, wait a minute. So yeah, I'll bet you I haven't done this on this computer in a really long time.
It's called web browser history, my dude.
Right. Because your phone, I can go in there but something about this fucking Chromebook, it's hard to find. But yeah, I should go find that. That's probably what it is. You're probably right.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we can continue. But John, if you continue to have issues, hopefully you can get back in. We are running full. And I do want to say good night to Dr. Josh. Thank you for coming in.
Well,
yeah, thanks, Josh.
No, hopefully about it. If was P Mars still here?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's just real simple. If there's 10 in here and I try and get back, then just get rid of P Mars.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to have our moments soon, P Mars, but that's coming. That's coming.
But I'm gonna attempt to.
Is someone else?
Yeah, can somebody anybody here point out where I've flip-flopped on an issue in here that I've not? That Rage, you've been in both streams. Have I flip-flopped on an issue in here that I haven't in another stream?
I think that you have been really consistent since the first moment I come into contact with you.
Okay. Nathan's saying I flip-flop, man, dude. I don't.
Well, I can't speak for everybody. My opinion is you have been pretty fair. I think everybody flip-flops, right? I think human nature is you can be wrong, you can learn that you're wrong, and you can change your position. I think that's perfectly acceptable.
I'm just going to respect the stream I'm in. That's not flip-flopping. I mean, just because I don't come in here and start railing on, or trying to derail your stream, and
no, I've always appreciated you, Chris. And I also like your accent. I could be biased, so
yeah, you do have a good accent.
Yeah, if someone's trying to come in, I can duck out. I don't really have much more to add here. Is someone?
Yeah, I got to get back to work. I just wanted to set the clear on that.
Nobody's trying right now.
Hey, on that. Can I just say something real quick, Chris? The thing I see you so frequently, and your icon is I know your icon well, and so I think I was just honestly mistaken when I thought you were.
Yeah, that's
I actually thought you were one of the people in the Hollywood Squares when Batman was on there, but you weren't. I just looked back at it and you aren't, so I apologize.
Yeah, you're all good, brother. That's why I came in, and I wish Nathan would go ahead and retract what he said over there, because unless he can right now in the stream give an exact example where I flip flop. If he can't, he needs to apologize.
I-
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I challenged Batman when he said that stuff, and I said Jesus didn't want to stone that woman, the adulterous woman. So, but he just had some weird Batman excuse, and like I don't know, he's weird. He's like a fire and brimstone.
Yeah, you know,
Christian.
P Mars. I think that you did, P Mars, and I'll give you credit for that. I think that you did actually do that. So,
but what does it mean when P. Mars said somebody's weird?
oh, I mean, Mr. Batman is fucking weird, dude. Like, so I only showed like 2 minutes. I only showed 2 minutes of the guy singing. There was like 20 minutes of the shit. So,
Yeah,
I was blown away when I honestly was blown away when I really went back and when I saw your stream and he said that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I honestly that didn't register that he's serious on that. You know what I'm saying? But he is apparently. And
remember when he first started saying it, and like when we were in Knox stream, and everybody in the room was just like, "What?" Like we stopped everything right there because everybody was just like fucking so surprised and so disgusted by that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Atheist delight.
oh yeah, I mean.
Okay,
I don't really and where I live. I don't know anybody really that holds that view. To be honest with you, so I mean, it's just that.
unfortunately, I've met too many of them. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was just going to ask you, guys, are you sure it wasn't like an internet troll who was just like trying to push buttons or trying to like get views?
No,
or
he's dead serious about it.
Mr. Batman's just that guy. I don't even know how to fucking describe him to be completely
and Smokey, for all intents and purposes, co-signed it.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was going
Co-signed.
to kind of back out and give say that, but then give like another roundabout way of saying like why he said that, but not really, kind of like, how people will say something and they'll go back and say, well, this is what I meant by it, but not, I don't really mean for this. But no, I think he really meant what he said. Like, straightforward. So yeah, that was.
Yeah. And real quick, unfortunately, Free Spirit, we are full. I'm sure.
I'm out. I'm gonna get back to work. Thanks for having me in, man. I'll make room for him.
Got you going now.
Hey, you take it easy, Chris.
Thank y'all for coming in. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Take care, Rich.
All right, thanks you guys. Sorry for jumping in.
Oh no, it's Seawolf. You're welcome, dude. I enjoy you.
Every
Thank you for coming
time,
on.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right, cool. I'll try to remain relevant.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
That's the
Thanks.
hard thing. That's the hard thing to do. So,
Peace out, y'all. See you.
Yeah.
all right, see you, Chris.
Why did Otangelo leave? Oh, that's right, because he couldn't just bloviate like an emotional leaf blower.
It wasn't a science conversation, Leo.
Yeah. That's exactly
and Dr. Josh left. I think Otangelo was hoping to get a moment with Dr. Josh.
Well, and science, that's really Otangelo's wheelhouse right there.
It's really
Yeah.
not what he thinks that it is.
Well,
Leo, again,
I know. I was
well, no, it is his wheelhouse if you talk to him like a 6-year-old, Leo.
What do you say, Knock? Let's play the first few minutes of that video we were going to play and get people's reaction to it.
All right, I will, but I have. Oh no, I still have it up. How the shit do I still have it up? All right, so
this isn't a Prager video.
I want to say that I have been sick again for about 2.5 days. This is the first time I've actually felt awake, and it's because we started with good conversation and then we got into rage conversation, and I love it. So I just want to. I appreciate what's gone on so far.
Yeah, I really didn't see that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so our good friend Richard seems to have become disenfranchised, and he's made excuses to me, Richard. And I'm talking to you right now, and I would hope that you would come in and defend yourself. If not, we'll do it one-on-one. He's made several excuses to me about why he's been hanging out with Smokey Saint, and he's like, I hope you don't misunderstand it, and it's becoming increasingly hard to do so. My good friend Richard, I have to ask you, how can you allow somebody that has called your friend, myself, a neo-Nazi, a woman hater, a person that is bigoted towards Jewish people? How can you let this dude on your channel and go without asking him those questions?
Well, and just real quick, not just those questions, and all the horrible things he said about you and to you and other people, but how can you, be so cool with this guy who is misogynistic and talks horrible about all women, who is bigoted against different types of human beings, who sat there and didn't say a word except words of encouragement to Mr. Batman when he was talking about murdering fucking gay people, man.
And then doubled down on it, on that acceptance, John, when he had him back on, and featured him the next night.
Called Matt Powell his brother,
and be okay with racial slurs being used on it.
And then Knock went and showed him where he had said those horrible things, and he still denies and Knock showed him the fucking tape.
I don't know what's going on with my good friend Richard, and I want him to come on and have a conversation with me about this. But you approach, in my opinion, a person like Smokey Saint in one way, and that is to attack. If you're not attacking, you're doing it wrong. So I do want to watch this. We're only going to watch a couple minutes, and we'll see if he does it right.
Yeah, no.
Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religion. And today we have a return guest, Mr. Smokey Saint, a brain I really like. Smokey Saint, would you tell the folks a little bit about what you do?
Sure. Thank you so much, Richard. Thanks for having me again. Thank you. Yeah, I am the Smokey Saint. I have a channel on YouTube. We do open mics on the regular. We like challenges from both Christians as well as other divergent religious beliefs, such as Muslims, Catholics, Christians, anyone that sees things even a little bit different. I am a proponent of the Christian faith and Christian doctrine, and I do believe in the encouragement and beneficial sharpening of the saints through my channel, helping us.
All right, I can only take Smokey for just so long, but real quick, John. John, a great brain that came up with Knock is an anti-Semitic, neo-Nazi skinhead that hates women, that hates black people, that simps. All of these things that he said about me, the raging retard rat roach Ronnie. And you're going to sit there, my good friend Richard, you're going to sit there and tell this man he has a great brain?
Well, it gets worse. I mean, I believe that Richard goes on to, and sorry, Richard, I love you, man, but I'm going to call it like I see it. If I remember correctly from the first few moments I watched, Richard was gargling his balls.
I'm sorry. I just don't get it. I don't get it, Richard. And you told me, don't misunderstand it. I am misunderstanding it, and especially in context of some of the things that I've been hearing.
Please play more though.
We'll play more, and then we'll continue. It's only a few minutes that I'm going to play, John.
Yeah, that's all. That's all I could watch of it. Actually, I fucking love.
Before you started, there was something I like how Smokey is making a distinction between Catholics and Christians when Catholicism was the first form of Christianity that existed. That was organized.
He does not like Catholics. He's very, very Matt Powell and NIFB when it comes to Catholicism.
I love that when it's Mormons aren't Christians, but they are. Catholics aren't Christians, but they fucking are. It's laughable. It's so fucking laughable.
But Smokey, in his defense, he's trying to change Matt Powell.
Right? No. Yeah, no, he's not. He's trying. He wants some of that Matt Powell limelight. That's what Smokey wants.
Smokey wants Matt Powell in his bed.
Who said that?
Why did they?
Mr. Parker.
That's why
Mr. Parker. Oh, I thought it was Sunflower for a minute. I was like, God damn it, Sunflower! You just. Oh, all right.
He wants to make sweet love.
What's up, Mr. Parker? Welcome to the stream, my man.
Yeah, I've been here for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am actually alive for the first time all day. It's kind of weird.
You know that I never noticed until I was on Mr. Parker's channel that I always thought his avatar was a pig snout, and it's actually two black holes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I always thought it was a pig snout too. So I'm not.
He told me I was one of the first people that accurately guessed. I'm like, that's like a black hole merger, and he's like, yes, you're like the only person that hasn't said, is that a pig snout?
Yeah, it's quite sad.
Yeah, I'm very sad sometimes. I give you that, Mr. Parker. I only thought it for like 2 years. So.
Yeah, me too.
All right,
maybe
so
Smokey's right. We're dumb. I'm donkey brains.
We're trash clowns.
Yeah,
We're trash clowns.
I use cannabis, so according to Smokey, I am dumb, despite the fact that I doubt he could define even what a complex number is. And I mean that. I really don't think he could.
He doesn't know what a complex
I think
number
all
is.
numbers
I
are
doubt it.
complex.
I
All
think Smokey
numbers-
Saint needs to smoke weed.
All numbers are complex to Smokey.
But all right, so let's continue. Let's continue because it's only a couple minutes, and we'll get back to the big screen where we can really talk.
Yeah.
Us all find better and I would say better justified reasons to believe in the Christian God. So that's what I do. You guys are welcome to come check me out, and feel free to join the next open mic. Come and pitch questions or challenges.
If you're the kind of person that really is a fan of logic and having epistemic reasons to believe what you believe, Smokey Saint's your guy. So
No.
check him out.
Thank you, sir.
What the fuck, Richard Mattson?
It's not logical at all.
Yeah.
Like does Richard not know? I give this less time than I give Brett Keane with Smokey Saint. Richard, Smokey
Like,
thinks you're a
put in
heretic.
logic annotation here.
Straight up, like Richard Mattson, like Smokey thinks you're a heretic. He's not going to stand you for very long, dude. Look at this one guy. Look at Ginger Nation, right? Like,
I mean, this is where I literally, and I'm probably using literally wrong here, but I banged my head against the wall when he said that. I mean,
I honestly think that's all we really need to watch, but I might watch a little bit
no,
more.
watch a little more because he goes on. Like I said, he gargles Smokey's balls for a couple of minutes.
It's just like Richard. I just don't get it. I really don't. I love you. I have always loved
in
Richard.
Richard's
since the minute-
defense, man, in Richard's defense, he's nice to literally everyone. So
But
I mean,
sometimes you can't be Quentin.
Yeah, there are people that you're not supposed to be nice to, and I love how he talks about Smokey being logical. When I asked Smokey to define what propositional logic was, and he could not fucking do it.
well, hey, I'm not faulting him for being nice to Smokey. Not everybody has the same views as everybody does. So
Well, no,
I mean,
it's a different level though. If you are gonna call me friend, when you have somebody calling me a neo-Nazi, a fucking white supremacist, a skinhead, these are the exact words of Smokey Saint. These are the exact words of Smokey Saint. He says that the most atrocious things about me. And Richard says
Yeah.
I'm his friend. Where is that friendship
Well, I mean,
now?
and again, let me point out, like I Smokey says horrible things about me. To me, that's like a whole other issue. The fact that Richard can have him on after how bigoted and hateful Smokey is to so many different groups of people. The insults is one thing. The making scurrilous claims like about knocking myself that's totally another thing. But you're talking about a man who fucking calls for killing gay people. Who
He hasn't personally called for it, John, but he has supported it without a doubt.
Yeah, he's supported.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? I just came in to say something.
Go ahead.
Do you guys realize you're literally telling Richard Mattson who he can platform and who he
No,
can't
we're
right
not.
now?
No, none of us ever said that.
No, we're
Nobody
not.
ever said that. We're not.
That's basically what you're doing, Richard. You can't be my friend if you.
No, I never said
platform-
that.
No,
I
I'm
never
not.
said that. I said several
Well,
times.
that's what Rage.
Still love
That's
Richard.
what you alluded to, Rage.
I did not allude to
In
that. I
my,
did
in
not
my,
allude to
in
that.
my opinion,
Shut the fuck
I'm not
up!
talking. I'm not talking to you, John. I'm talking to Rage.
No, I didn't. I never said that.
And
I am asking my friend Richard Mattson right now why the fuck he didn't call Smokey Saint out. That's what I'm asking, Doubting Thomas. That's what I'm asking. I'm not some
And
cancel culture
what I
motherfucker.
would
So don't even
ask-
go there.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, couldn't you ask Richard that is before right now? That's all. It just seems like you're what I see. This is what I see, and if I'm wrong, it's okay, man. And I'm
Well, I
not
mean,
trying
you've been
to
wrong.
fucking
You've
pick
been
on
wrong about
you.
a few things here recently, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure, I have, and I'll take that. If I'm wrong, I'll take it. But it seems to me you're kind of like right now. You're kind of blindsiding Richard. That's all I'm saying.
How so? For months, Richard has told me, I hope you can understand why I am taking the approach that I'm taking with Smokey, and right now I'm telling him that I can't. I don't understand.
Did you tell him that prior to this stream?
Oh, I'm sure I have. Yes, and
Okay.
so I mean, why
right.
why are you coming here attacking me for Richard's behavior? I didn't. I have consistently attacked Smokey Saint for the bullshit he said. I don't platform him in any way that puts him on a pedestal and says this dude is great, as we just heard from Richard Madsen.
Look,
Well,
Knock, what it seemed to me is like you were basically saying who Richard can and cannot platform, or you're not going
Nobody
to
said that.
I have never said that.
Okay.
I simply brought up the very beginning of a stream where Richard Madsen strokes the cock of Smokey Saint. Plain words.
Okay.
That's all I fucking
But
did.
why? But why did you
Why
do that?
not? Why not? He chose to do it. Why not talk about it?
Because here's
Okay.
the thing. Wait, Doubting Thomas, let me ask you this. Say you had
Sure.
a show. Say that you had like a show, on YouTube or wherever, and you had guests on. If you and fuck it, let's do the Godwin thing. Say you had Hitler on as a guest, wouldn't you call him out on his slaughter of Jews? It's the same thing with Smokey. Smokey wants gays to be killed. Smokey thinks women are less than men are. Smokey thinks that that Catholics aren't real Christians. Smokey thinks
don't
that
watch him.
Hold on. Smokey thinks that Knock is a white supremacist, and Richard is supposedly Knock's friend, and he is supposedly against all the things I just listed. So if you have a bag of shit like Smokey on your channel and you don't call him out on his atrocious behavior, you are co-signing his atrocious behavior. That's
Wrong.
my argument.
That's just stupid.
It's not stupid.
Nobody cares what you say.
If
Can
that's
I
how
ask a quick question here?
If that's how you feel, okay, man, right on. I understand how you feel.
I
That's
do
why
want to
I came
ask.
in here.
I do want to ask a really legitimate question for Doubting Thomas, and this is like no bullshit, really like super serious.
I need to say that I'm not co-signing.
Nobody
John's
gives a shit what you have to say.
atrocious
Stop
behavior.
jumping in when obviously other people are fucking talking. Shut the fuck up.
Go do more
So,
push-ups.
Is it wrong for me to tell somebody, hey, this
Do
is a
more
really
push-ups.
bad person? You probably shouldn't have them on your channel. Is it wrong to tell that to somebody?
No,
Okay.
not at
Okay.
all. I just want to know that that's what's going on.
Yeah.
And now, is that's what's going on? Then okay.
So let me ask, who was it who said that was stupid when I said not calling
That
out
was
atrocious
me,
people
the
on
one
their
and only
atrocious
Sunflower.
behavior and coasting?
That
Who
was
said that
Sunflower.
stupid?
Yeah.
Funflower.
Yeah.
Sunflower's back in.
Yeah. I
All
can
right,
tell you
so at
why.
least I confirmed that it was somebody fucking totally stupid. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, the idea that you like it's the idea of requiring someone to do something positive. I mean, I hate to quote Abraham Lincoln here, but your right to extend your fist stops there short of my nose. So you can actually disagree with someone that you consider morally reprehensible, but for the sake of a specific discussion, not be compelled to bring this up. In that discussion, that's not not a good.
Well,
standard.
no. So here's
No.
where I disagree. So let me speak. So it's my turn to talk now. So I have never said that you should not have Smokey Saint on your channel. I have never said to cancel anybody. In fact, I think you should have Smokey Saint on your channel. In fact, I have Smokey Saint. It's been 85% of my content, right? So I am not about canceling anybody. But if you are going to have a hate monger on your channel, that is a different story. You can ignore some things, but when Smokey Saint was just in a stream with Mr. Batman, and Mr. Batman said, why would it be wrong to kill all gay people because they are guilty of the death sentence, and you don't challenge him, you are wrong. And then you re-platform that same person, hold him up as your featured guest the very next night, and then Richard Madsen does not call that out. well, then I will call out Richard Mattson every fucking time because it is what I do. And he has made some very strange comments in the last couple months in regards to trans people, gay people, and I have some fucking questions. And I think I'm entitled to have some fucking questions for my fucking friend.
Of course you're entitled. Hold on a second. That
Can
was a
I ask you a question?
my point was.
Absolutely.
Like,
Wow.
No, because Doubting, I don't know your fucking deal lately, but you have pissed me off. I'm going to cool the fuck off for a moment.
I mean,
I
did
challenge
Real
you.
quick, real quick.
That's all.
Real quick.
I asked you a question.
Stop.
Fuck.
So at any rate, he went to cool off anyway. He can't hear you right now. He'll come back and then you can put it to him. But Leo, did you hear what P. Mars said when you told him to shut the fuck up?
No, I didn't, because I told him to shut the fuck up.
He said do more push-ups.
No, that was me. I told P. Mars to do that.
P. Mars is the one that's supposedly supposed to be doing push-ups in the basement. That was Mr. Parker that said that.
All right. I was going to say, if that was P. Mars that said that, wait a minute. I was going to say, if it was P. Mars that said that, I was going to start a pool and see, how many seconds it would take, for you to do away with P. Mars.
Operation Paperclip.
I don't know what that is, but I had a question, Sunflower. Is it okay to platform objectively terrible people?
In certain contexts, of course. And
What context is that okay?
Sure. Let me elaborate. Not only is it okay, I would say that it's actually a duty to do this, and here's why. The trend seems to be that censoring people drives them into sort of deep.
I don't believe in censoring
anybody. We haven't been talking about censoring anybody. We've been talking about the fact that wait a minute. We've been talking about the fact that you have an atrocious individual on your platform and you don't call them out for their atrocious.
Okay. Refusing to platform. I'm sorry. Refusing to platform.
Yeah, that's a lot different.
We're not talking about refusing to platform.
Deplatforming is censoring.
Wait.
I platform hatred all the time.
I was just asked a question. Is it okay to platform? Leo asked me that question. Keep up, John. Like, if you can't keep up, then
what are you talking about? Keep up. You're fucking.
Leo asked me the question. Is it okay?
You're not answering his question. You're talking about like not platform.
Okay, Leo, what was your question? Leo, what was your question?
I asked you, is it okay to give a platform to an objectively terrible person?
Yeah, and then John said, "We're not."
I want Richard Mattson to come up in
listen,
here.
And then
I do, but I want to speak to Knock.
Yeah, I also have a question.
Can we let Sunflower answer the question that I've asked him 2 fucking times now that he still hasn't been able to answer?
All right, I'm just saying. I would like to speak to Knock.
Okay, so then when I said refusing to platform, I've rephrased it instead of censorship. And then John goes, "We're not talking about refusing to platform." Well, John, we are. Okay, sorry, fucking dumbass. Keep up.
Okay, we don't need you to insult other people.
Well, you know what? Okay, well, I'm going to. Anyway, it seems that the trend of
do it one more time, you little fucking bitch.
Okay, well, see, all right, sorry, fucking.
Hey, let's settle down.
Maybe get back on your fucking Viagra. Dirty man.
Let me
anyway,
Sunflower,
to platform people.
God damn it! You're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me like I'm literally trying to say. I'm trying to say let you talk, and you won't even let me say that. All right, so let me say let Sunflower talk. And then others can respond, okay?
I'm sorry, I have a question for Knock after that.
Well, actually, Doubting Thomas is going to go after that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, what I was saying was, refusing to platform people has a trend, as far as I can tell, that these people get driven into isolated corners of the internet where it's a complete echo chamber, and you get only people that bolster and affirm their radical positions, and then no one knows about them, and they start growing. You know what Pizzagate was when the guy showed up with the gun, with the rifle? Well, that happened because it was so quickly considered too crazy to platform that you had people that weren't even aware anyone was.
That's not why it happened.
Dude, complete bullshit. You are spouting bullshit. You are spouting bullshit. So what about QAnon, right? So they have a president of the United States backing them right now, spouting that same fucking bullshit that you're talking right now.
Fucking retards. Like, I can't really respond because it's like.
The only retard here is you, man.
I want you to leave. Good. Richard Mattson, come in. Please, Richard Mattson, come in.
I was going to ask him a question.
Actually, Doubting Thomas.
I do not
Doubting
want
Thomas is next.
I do not want anybody besides Richard Masson to come in. I'm going to throw the link in the side chat one more time, and we'll let Richard come in, and he can talk to me about this because that's what I believe in.
Yep.
And, yeah.
Can I speak to you first?
And then can I go after him?
I would.
Oh,
go for it. Yeah, please go for it.
I apologize to you, and I understand where you're coming from. Now, I understand why I misrepresented you as you were telling somebody to deplatform someone or performing cancel culture. I didn't mean to paint you that way. And I understand where you were coming from. But I will push back on you. You know, you said where I've been coming from lately or whatever. I push back against you, man. And if I'm wrong, I'm fucking wrong. But I'll admit it.
Well, like I just find it weird, Doubting Thomas, because you pushed back against me on that stream about Will Kincaid, and then I saw you in the side chat an hour later in Quentin's stream, kind of having a different narrative. That's what's confusing about it.
Wait, hang on. Let me step in on there real quick. I actually want to say that Doubting Thomas may have a different story, but he 100%. I agree with what DT is saying because he's done the same shit to me. Like every fucking time I have said something that sounds like I'm trying to say one thing, but it's coming off another. Doubting Thomas calls me out on the fucking carpet, dude. Like he's not doing anything he is not doing anything to you, Knock, that he wouldn't do to me.
I mean, Doubting Thomas came to me and was like, you know, Will ain't never going to talk about you again. Take the higher ground. And then Will Kincaid literally put a video.
That was all in a private chat, wasn't it?
Well, but I'm just like you have a very different conception of Will than I do, and you have a different conception of what's going on right now than I do.
Absolutely.
Wait, well,
do I support Will? Do I support Will? No,
I don't know. Will is like a Brett King. You know, Will is Brett King.
Can I step in for another second, DT?
No, hold on.
Well, no,
I don't support Will, and I've told Will publicly and privately I don't believe in 95% of the shit you say. So tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Will is trying to drag
we're gonna put a pin in this conversation, and we're gonna go to Richard Madsen.
I got a video coming out about the baby manatee.
And all right, Richard, were your ears burning? Is that why you showed up? Do you know what we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes?
I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but I heard Rage invite me in, so I came in.
I'll be honest with you. We were talking about you. Okay?
That explains the ear burning expression. Yeah.
And I sent you a DM that you never responded to, which that's fine. I know that that often happens with the social media shit, but I was really taken aback last night when I watched the first few minutes of your stream, and here's why. And like I DM'd to you, like you, and like we even said in here a few minutes ago, like you can have whoever you want on your, because you're the type of person you want to talk to everybody and give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and I love that about you. But I was really feeling some kind of way last night when I watched how you were coddling Smokey because of his atrocious behavior in a lot of different fronts. And it just kind of took me aback that you didn't call him out on all these horrible things he's been doing over the past few months, being bigoted, being misogynistic, saying horrible things about Nakasuchi, calling him a anti-Semite, a skinhead, a racist, I don't even remember what else. I mean, all kinds of shit. And
woman hater. I'm a woman hater.
Yeah. And then he just had Mr. Batman 2 nights in a stream. And this Mr. Batman guy was talking about how the Bible condones the murder of gay people. And he let him go on for like 10 or 15 minutes about it while Smokey sat there and agreed with him and nodded his head and, verbally nodded his head. And then you have him on there. And I feel as if I know you well enough to know that the things I just listed that he's been doing of late, that you find that atrocious too. And the idea that you wouldn't call him out on that stuff just boggles my mind, dude.
It's probably worse than you think. The other day I had him on my show, and Marty came in, and Marty came into the show from the side chat, and I didn't even hardly defend her while he viciously attacked her.
Why?
Because she can defend herself.
But why
She doesn't
wouldn't
need
you,
my help.
why wouldn't you do that though, Richard? Like I don't get it. So I'm hearing a lot of things. I'm hearing that you pretty much told all of us that we could go fuck ourselves. You're leaving this community.
Who's all of you?
All of us. Like I don't know.
Okay, I said that. I said that to Math Pig in his little community on his, which would include Critical Cripple, Godless
though?
Scummer. Because I've told them the story, and it's just they've heard it, and that's it. That's kind of the end of it.
But so now you're hanging out with Smokey Saint.
Yes.
Why?
Same reason I hang out with anybody, brother. I mean, I'm here to tell a story.
A story about homophobia, a story about like insulting the other side. I don't get it. I don't get
promote
it.
Insults. I don't promote persecution. I don't promote anti.
You said he had a great brain.
Yeah, you de facto support those things when you have somebody on who talks about those atrocious things, and you don't.
That's kind of bullshit to say, though.
Hey, will you shut the fuck up? Stop interrupting,
John. Don't.
I said one fucking thing, John. Fuck
John,
you.
Now you said
do
three
that.
things.
Look. Here's the thing,
John. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Seriously.
Don't tell somebody to shut the fuck up.
I'll tell anybody I want to shut the fuck up.
No, don't do that, John. I'm telling you, don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't take orders from you. All right.
What
the fuck, dude?
What, John?
Look.
what the fuck are you telling me right now?
I'm just telling you that I don't understand why you're
not to fucking do that.
Wait a minute.
I'm telling you not to fucking do that, John. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, he interrupted me. And
I don't care. You don't do that.
So anyway, to finish what I was saying to Richard. So if you have somebody on your platform, and again, you can have whoever you want on your platform. I mean, Knock even said earlier, he has Smokey on this platform. But if you have somebody on who's been doing that, you as a fellow Christian, you need to call them out on their atrocious behavior. I mean, like you just sat there and said that Marty was on and that he was going to her, and it's your channel, and you didn't jump in and stop him. I mean, I don't get
That's
that
right.
at all, dude.
Oh, that's right. Well, how would you have me approach Smokey if Smokey is wrong about some things? How would you like me to do that?
I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do it. I mean,
I'm asking you your opinion.
I mean, I
How
don't
about
know.
this?
I mean, you're a very good person. You're a very good talker. I mean, I would leave it up to you. You would probably call them out on it better than me or Knock would, because you could be more reasonable to them.
Well, I'm just asking, should I offend them and force them out of the chance that I could have to talk to them? Should I do
No,
that?
not at all.
Okay, so if I don't do that, how do I not do that?
Have the talk and then call them out.
How about
That way you
this?
have both.
If I have misunderstandings about something in science and I'm talking to a scientist, should they berate me, belittle me for being wrong, put me down, shame me,
I think
cat
you're
me out,
you're conflating two completely different things.
No, it's not two different things. I'm talking about an educational
There's
process.
a big difference between bigotry and calling for certain people to be killed, and having a disagreement with science.
So here's what I would suggest. I would suggest that you ask Smokey if I agree with him on those points.
Well, it's not about you agreeing; it's about you not calling him out.
Yeah.
It's literally about you saying that he has a great brain and
He
he
does
has
have a great brain.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. A great brain does not endorse the genocide of gay people. It doesn't.
There have been more intelligent people than him that were more
Richard,
wrong than he is.
What is great about Smokey Saint's brain? What is he so good at? Because I have thoroughly defeated this man, and it was the most easy battle I have ever fought.
I didn't say that I was of the opinion you don't have a great brain. I am of the opinion you do.
I don't understand how you can come to the conclusion that this dude who spends 85% of his time insulting human beings has a great brain.
Oh, he does
I
have a great brain.
I don't understand that.
He is being forceful and rough on purpose to make a point. I don't agree with that. Okay,
Could
if
I-
he's aware I don't agree with it, he and I speak about these things. Now, I'd like to just point out that if I too harshly, instead of teaching him a better way, just reject him out of my life, then I don't have that chance, do I?
I don't think anyone's saying that you should completely get rid of him. Rather, you should be.
But that's
critical.
what I would do if I called him out on the air. That's what I'd be doing.
It's the same exact argument that Smokey Saint gave when he said that he called Matt Powell brother. Same exact argument. I'm trying to change Matt Powell. Right?
Okay,
No,
maybe
you don't try to change. You call them out. That's the only way you can change them is you demonize them for what they actually are. You don't demonize them
disagree
for
with
what they
you.
aren't. They are atrocious human beings. This motherfucker supported the genocide of gay people.
Yes, I'm aware of that as of today.
Okay,
No, can I step in just for a second, please?
Oh yeah, please do. Yeah.
So, and this isn't an attack at you or anyone in here, but you know I'm friends with Will, and you know I'm friends with you, right?
Can I answer on? Can I answer honestly, Quentin?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that you think you're friends with Will. I think Will uses you and he walks all over you.
Well, I disagree with you because he's been here in a lot of.
I watched that burnt toast stream, my dude.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
He should not have acted that way, and you should not
Right.
have allowed him to act
Here-
that way.
And the thing is, I've called him out for it. If you watched any of my content in the last 2 days, you'll see that I've called him out. Even fucking like that when Doubting Thomas was talking to you, the thing that I wanted to say when I stepped in is Doubting Thomas is 100% right. Me, DT, Will Kincaid, Lovesick Low, and another fucking person were all in the private chat in my Discord, and we all talked, and Doubting Thomas called him out on the shit just like he calls me out. You know, the thing is, like, people can say all they want that they don't think that Will is my friend, but the thing is, y'all don't see what happens in private. Y'all
Quentin,
don't see
the dude took a story that he knew was wrong. And yeah, I don't give any bullshit like excuses.
No, I know.
I was trying to make a
And-
fucking point. You literally depicted me abusing my daughter on
I
your
didn't
live
do a
stream.
damn thing.
No, I'm talking
I-
about Will. I'm talking about Will.
Yeah, I know. And if you remember, the minute it was over, I told him he was wrong for that. The minute it was over. And when you were in there with us before the show started and Will was starting to talk about it, I also told him,
would've done it
don't
right
fucking show it. I also told him,
I-
don't fucking do it.
I have a very good baby manatee video coming out in the morning.
Because here's the thing. I am friends with, like, dude, I'm not trying to make this about me, but I'm trying to make the same point. Go ahead, DT.
I think you're muted.
Yeah.
DT.
I'm here, Mama Atheist. I'm just quiet because I probably won't get a chance to add a single fucking thing to this conversation.
What an
Doc,
interesting
hey,
stream here.
Doc,
What an interesting
Doc.
stream.
Hey, Knock, can I
love
ask
you,
you a favor?
Can I?
Sure, man. I'm yeah. Go for it.
If I take the time, if you and I have a discourse in DM, could we keep that private?
Oh yeah, yeah. I
It-
apologize. Yeah,
all
that
right,
was kind
all
of
right.
shitty. That was kind of
Can
shitty.
I,
I'm sorry.
All
I
right.
didn't
No,
mean
that's
to,
cool. All right, all right.
I didn't mean to, my dude.
All right, right on, dude. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I am personally upset about that happening recently to myself, and I think I like kind of confused a DM message and what happened the other night, and I do apologize.
It's cool. I understand, and I thought that's what happened. I
Yeah.
honestly did, and I'm just saying.
Yeah, I do apologize for that.
Knock had some DMs of his, blasting out to the world recently, and Knock did not respond in kind. I mean, so yeah, he's not the person that's going to like let out DMs.
Yeah, it
Right.
was an honest,
you know,
like I got mixed up on our stream the other night and our DMs on Discord, and I do apologize. I did not mean to do that, Doubting Thomas. I did not mean
right
to
on.
do
I
that at all.
push, man, and I'm aware of that. I'm aware that I push people and I push their buttons.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And if
I got a little hot. Yeah.
if I get blowback from that, I expect it, man. You know?
No, and Doubting Thomas, you know, I appreciate your honesty, dude. So I mean, I love it. I love it, and I apologize once again to John. Me and John have been getting heated on fucking streams lately.
Oh yeah.
What's our, hey, and wait a minute, what's our rule, man?
Yeah, we can disagree. So
yeah, I mean, and it's, I forgot about it already.
But
yeah.
real quick, I wanted to wrap up the point that I was trying to make, and then whoever the fuck, my own Leo wanted to
No,
say
shut
something.
the fuck up.
Anyway,
that's that was the perfect time. Go ahead, Quentin. I'm sorry.
But like the thing is, I think that what Richard's trying to make the point of is, you know, he's not like me. Richard looks for the best in everyone and is trying to change them in his own way. Just like I do my things my own way. You know, I've told everyone straight up for the last 3 fucking days that I've made YouTube content that I don't agree with everything that fucking Will does and that I do call him out. And it's very apparent if you watch what I say. Whereas Richard, you know, he takes in everything what everyone says and he tries to show them the best way in his own way of doing things. So like I'm not saying you guys can't get upset at him, but you also need to understand that there's a lot more to play than just what he does in a live stream.
But here's the thing. And probably from the tone of my voice and the tone of Knox's voice and the way we were talking, you might get the impression that like we're like all butthurt and upset with Richard. That's not necessarily the case, because like even when I DM'd him yesterday and was talking to him in the live chat, it's like, hey man, I love you, but you know, why are you coddling this dick? Or I'm paraphrasing. I mean, because there's not literally, you know, Richard would have to like do the shit that Trump said. He would have to go out on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody in the face before I'd be having any animosity towards him, like Richard.
And ultimately, it comes down to this, and you know, I do want to you know, address both issues. With Richard, you know, you're my friend, and I love you, and we've always been good to each other. But I've been very consistent with my opinion that Christians, the real ones, the ones that are good people, should not be endorsing Smokey Saint's behavior, and too many are. And it when I saw that, I'm not gonna lie, it was, you know, because I came in at the very end of the stream last night, and I was like, yo, and it was ending, and then John DM'd me not too long after that. It was like, did you see the beginning of that stream? And I was like, no, you know, COVID was really bad yesterday. I wasn't at my computer hardly at all. And so when I looked at it, I don't know. I want to believe that you have a strategy. I really do. And it's just hard to see what it is, because like this man, to me, I have taken up this battle because he's atrocious and because somebody needs to champion against him. And I don't want to see good Christians that I admire, supporting that. And I've been very consistent with that, like calling for people to call this man out. And when I don't see it happen, you know, it bothers me. It really, really bothers me.
You know, I'm more willing to accept like Richard being on a path of or having a plan of trying to influence Smokey and change him into a better person. I'm more willing to accept that that's his plan than when Smokey says he's trying to change Matt Powell. So that's definitely, you know, if that's
well,
what
yeah.
we're just
like Richard, you have
we
to
don't know
know
what your plan is, man. We're just
Smokey's going to turn on you. Like just look at his rhetoric towards this one guy. Look at it. Look at his rhetoric towards Pete Mars. You know, his issue with Pete Mars isn't so much that he's a racist; it's that he's a heretic, and he's going to come to that same determination about you. You know.
Yes, and that doesn't matter to me at all.
Can I give some final thoughts, because I'm getting ready to hop off here?
See you.
So first off,
Go ahead, Leo.
I would never tell somebody who they can and can't have on their particular platform. All I would say is that if you plan on having somebody who is a demonstrably terrible person, at some point while they're on their platform, at some point, whether whenever it is, I don't know. That's for that person to decide. You should be calling them out on it. I don't know how anybody could have somebody that is a demonstrably terrible person on their platform and not at some point call them out for it. Having said that, this is not the place to be grilling Richard about it. That should be done in private between him and Knock and John.
We're not
and
grilling
you
him
know,
about
even if Richard is himself okay with it, I do not think that on a live stream is the place to be.
I disagree because it happened on a live stream. It happened publicly. This is public now, right? So I mean, I'm sorry, Richard, but it was public. It's public now, and no, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I for one, some things should be kept private. Yes. But when you have somebody on your channel that literally allowed somebody to make the statement that gay people should be genocided, no, it's a different story. If you have Matt Powell on your channel, you have to confront Matt Powell. And that's what Smokey Saint is now. He cannot run away from that, and we should not allow him to.
Okay, I want to finish here because I'm getting ready to hop off. I understand that. This is probably more due to the way I was raised. If I have issues with somebody who's very close to me about something that they're doing, I'm probably not going to call them out in front of a bunch of people. That's me. People can disagree. They're not wrong.
You're talking about the real world as opposed to
it's a matter
media,
of which, I mean, social media is kind of the real world. The point that I'm getting at
no,
is
it's not when you're talking. Wait.
Jazz hands.
Somebody on your platform, and they're an objectively terrible person.
Leo,
Jazz hands.
Leo,
Jazz hands.
I'm getting ready to leave. I'd like to make my point before I leave.
I understand that, but I want to ask you a question.
I had to mute you. You got to follow the moderation, Leo.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. And you can finish your point. I'm just going to ask a real quick question. You heard when Knox said it all happened in public, right? And you heard when Richard first came in, you heard when Richard admitted, hey, Marty was on my channel and Smokey was getting in her face and I just let it go. I mean, and the thing is I'm not faulting him for that. He was honest enough to say that. But all me and Knock are trying to ask him is what's the methodology here? Like, what's the end game? I mean, because we're confused. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, and the idea that you're going to conflate relationships in the real world and talking to somebody in private to things that happen on YouTube on live streams, they're not conflatable, dude.
I wasn't conflating. I was using one as an analogy to demonstrate what I see wrong in the other. That's
not
kind of how analogies work. But I'm not going down this road. I'm trying to make a final point. The only time I would ever state that it is acceptable to have a demonstrably terrible person on your stream is if you plan on calling them out on the terrible things that they're doing. If you have somebody who is just straightforwardly not a good person on your platform and you don't ever talk about the fact that they're like, if I ever had Ben Shapiro on my channel, I would have a discussion with him. But in that discussion or after it, while I'm still live, I would probably call him out for all of the idiotic, dumbass, terrible things that he says. I would do that with anybody. The only time it is ever acceptable to have a demonstrably terrible person on your platform is if you're calling them out for being a demonstrably terrible person. If you have them on and you're not doing that, I'm going to question the motives of why that person is having that person on. And with that, unfortunately, I do not have time to listen to responses. I really got another person
but
that
really
I
quick,
I
agree. Leo, speaking of having people on your channel, are you any closer to your content?
Yes.
What is that?
He holds up the Mac, dude, the Mac Pro.
Oh, he's got the Mac Pro.
Yeah, he's
later,
better
boyfriend.
Alrighty, I'm out here. Peace out, everybody.
Yeah, well, Leo, I want to say that
Leo.
I do agree. You know, despite our disagreement, I agree with your final point. That is my point. That is my ultimate point. Yes.
And you guys should probably let Gary go because he's had his hand up for a while.
Well, actually, I want to let Richard go because we've been talking about Richard
let Gary,
for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah,
So-
Richard, and then Gary, please.
Yeah.
Can I defer to Gary and because I haven't lost my response? It's just he was holding his hand up and everything.
Yeah, no, not a problem, Richard. You've done that many times. You're such a gentleman. Go ahead, Gary. You're muted.
You're muted, bro.
So I was just going to say, I'll defer to Richard because you are talking to him. But again, what I was going to say, I mean, Richard, do you want me to go or do you want to go?
No, he just said you could go, Gary.
All right. What I'll say is that if you get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, and I think that's what Richard's saying is that like sometimes even with people who are have reprehensible views, you're more likely to get them to maybe reconsider if you come with a more friendlier approach. And I think I have found that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on, unfortunately, the person you're talking to. Some people are beyond help. Like I've tried in the past and failed to try and change G-Man from the person he is until a decent person. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked. I tried my very best, to at least get him to, be better on some things, and it just didn't work. Now, maybe this Smoky Saint guy is more up for Rich's approach of trying to be kind with him. Then he brings in, hey, you need to call Mr. Batman out on this approach, or what Matt Powell does on this, or the way that you talk about this, calling, raging a neo-Nazi and all this sort of stuff. That stuff that comes later when he's ready to receive correction, because at the moment his guard might be up, because again, everyone has their little gates of guards up, and maybe like when that slips, you can say, hey, you may want to think about this or reconsider that. That's something that could come later. That's just going to be my view, but it might be one of those things where it's a G-Man situation where there is no help in the guy.
Well, you brought up G-Man. Okay, so here, let me turn my camera on the level of atrociousness, because G-Man's pretty damn atrocious in some of the things he says. But on the level of atrociousness, G-Man's like right about here, and Smokey's up here. Okay, like because he is just atrocious all the time. I mean, and most of Gary's beliefs are pretty darn atrocious too. But
well, yeah, I will speak to like when it comes to like Smoky Saint. Like when I first started dealing with him, I thought, all right, this is a troll cow. This is a G-Man, right? This is my G-Man, or he's G-Man to my Dragnot Silvus, right? Like, so this is going to be my low cow. I'm going to focus my stream on him. But the Mr. Batman stream, and I highlighted it. We still got to really cover it in depth. That changed everything. It should have changed before that when he endorsed Matt Powell, when he called Matt Powell brother. It should have changed then. But when he allowed Mr. Batman to say the things that he said on his stream, and Smokey not only allowed it, he endorsed it. He put me backstage the moment that I came on and called him I was like, no, you're not going to speak until I call Mr. Batman a fucking homophobe for the things that he just said. Put me backstage for that and allowed Mr. Batman to continue with his homophobic tirade calling for the genocide of gay people, right? That changed everything for me. This went from a low cow to Matt Powell part 2. And when you're dealing with a Matt Powell, you cannot give him respect. It's the same thing as having the fucking preacher from the Westboro Baptist Church on your channel and giving that man respect.
Right, but hear me out for a second. All right. Look, I 100% agree with you. Like, dude, I'm pansexual, non-binary, and weird as fuck. So, of course, I was watching the Smokey stream when Mr. Batman showed up. And I'm like, and I do, don't get me wrong, I was more pissed off than probably most of you here. Because I'm fucking... I
was furious, Quentin. I wanted to punch something. I wanted to fucking punch something.
I understand that, but you gotta understand.
Did you watch the stream, or were you here for when we reviewed that? What Mr. Batman said? I can't remember.
No, because I don't want to watch it again. Well, I'm sorry, that's one stream I'm not going to watch.
Right, but my point is, when we didn't even get to hear everything Mr. Batman said, because we heard like the first 3 sentences, and everybody in the room was just like, whoa, stop this, like. And it was just horrible. I can imagine as a member of the LGBTQ community that you must have felt pissed off to the nth fucking degree, dude.
And I'm sorry, Knock. I don't mean to be a dick. I won't watch the stream when you cover it again, because I
don't blame you. I don't blame anybody for that. It's hard to watch. I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach when I deal with these fuckers. I mean, people ask me how I do it, and I tell them I do it because somebody only reason.
Bro, you're not telling me anything I don't know. Like, you know better than anyone probably that I've been going on Will's show to fuck with Von Helton. I got him so pissed off that he made.
It's beautiful, dude. I love it when you do it.
What was that?
But
Satan just talked. What the fuck?
The thing is, you know, I got him so pissed off, he made a fucking response video to me. And then everyone lately has either been fucking telling me that I'm a racist piece of shit because I'm friends with Will, or this and that. And I'm not saying that you're saying this to
I don't get how they get that from like Von Helton's video because it was moronic.
No. They're not getting it from Von's video. They're getting it because I'm friends with Will. That's what they're saying to me.
Well, dude,
because I'm friends with Will, that I'm a racist piece of shit.
Yeah, well, you associate with racist. I mean, Will's a racist. Will's a racist, and so is J-Dubs. So is Brett Keane.
Okay,
they're
here's
all
the
racist.
thing. I agree with you on J-Dubs and Brett Keane, but here's the thing.
Will has said racist shit nonstop. He does not refrain from it.
Let me finish, man. Please, let me finish. I'm almost done. The thing is not. I don't agree with what Will does every fucking time.
It doesn't matter. You latch yourself to him.
I haven't latched myself to anything.
You have.
I'm my own. No. I'm gonna say this, and everyone can fucking quote me. I'm my own person. I'm friends with Will, yes, but he doesn't run my shit. I let him talk to Burnt Toast. I know I probably shouldn't have done that, and I've tried to make amends. Okay, I've done what I needed to do.
Will says, Quentin. Will says atrocious shit all the time.
I'm not
this is
saying
why
he doesn't.
I have never been kind to Will Kincaid, and he respected me for a while for it, right? I have always called him the baby manatee. I have always called Will Kincaid for what Will Kincaid is.
Right.
That's the only way you can talk to Will Kincaid. It is the only way. He's a racist.
It's not.
He's a fucking racist. So is Brett Keane. So is J-Dubs. They're all fucking racist, Quentin. And if you latch onto them, you are going to get that pushback. You have to confront them.
No,
you have
you're not. Look, I have. That's what I'm saying right now. Is what people don't fucking see is that I have called Will out on his shit publicly, privately, on my channel, on his channel, on fucking 3 different other people's channels.
Like this is a
Everywhere I
dude.
have done it.
This is a dude that went on a trans server pretending to be a trans person, Quentin. Like this is an atrocious. Like Will Kincaid is a bit. Like I got baby manatees floating around my screen right now because Will Kincaid is an atrocious human being. He's fucking atrocious.
Online. But let me tell you something that hang on. Let me tell you guys something that let me tell you something that you guys don't know. 3 weeks ago, on Monday, 3 weeks ago, I actually tried killing myself. Real shit.
Don't fucking do that shit,
no.
dude.
Hang on. Guess who were the first 2 people that actually talked to me when I got out of the hospital?
God damn it.
Will Kincaid, Lovesick Low. So when I say, yes, he does a lot of fucked up shit online, I 100% will give you that. 100%.
I'm sorry, Quentin. Your anecdote is just not going to work for me right now.
That's fine.
He did a compassionate moment and an extreme moment that you're bringing up right now. Does not excuse the atrocious moment after moment after moment after moment. It does not excuse him making a skit about me abusing my daughter when he knew the fucking truth. It does not excuse it, Quentin.
Okay, Knock, I want you to hear me out of what I'm about to say. I am not making any at all, and I'll repeat that. I'm not making any excuses for what he does online. I have never, and I won't. Have I said, yes, he makes some racist jokes? Yeah, he makes fucking gay jokes towards me all the fucking time. I'm not excusing what he does.
Why do you put up with that?
because offline, the dude has helped me with more ways than I'm more comfortable going on about on this show. The
But
only reason why
he props up horrible people, and so the whole equation of this, Quentin,
I'll bet you
and you're gonna find this out very soon, Quentin. All right, so Brett Keen's back. Brett Keen's back.
Yeah.
Right. Quentin isn't, or Will is not. He doesn't dislike Brett Keen no more. You're gonna find a very different Will Kincaid now, and you need to come to terms with that, my friend.
I have.
You really do.
Dude,
you really
here's
fucking
the
do.
thing. Here's the thing. Not 2 hours ago, Brett Keen was live on Will's channel. Guess what I wasn't watching? Guess what I wasn't a part of?
Well, I'm just saying.
like Brett
I'm just saying. Brett Keen is back now, and Will Kincaid is a baby manatee. He will back up Brett Keen no matter what. That is what Will Kincaid is, and you have lashed yourself to him, Quentin. You're gonna face some shit for that, especially Quentin. No. Like he attacks people that have been there for you. He attacks Dragnos Silvas, even though he's not on the same fucking level. Right? He attacks me. He attacks people that have been there for you personally.
Right. And when did you ever hear me not say, dude, don't fucking do that? That's fucked up.
Well, it's not about that. It's about this is no friend of yours. Will Kincaid is a friend of Brett Keen and J Dubs. That's who Will's friends are. He doesn't care about nobody else. He just doesn't. You need to come to terms with that, just like I did.
Look, man, I understand how you feel about Will, and I'm not trying to make this about me. But just like I said with Richard, and I'm sure Richard will agree with me, just because you see shit online doesn't mean it happens offline. I'm going to be 100% real.
That's a
Because
distinction.
hang on, hear me out. Hang on.
Wait a minute. That's a distinction without a difference.
If you go online and allow somebody to call for the fucking genocide of gay people, that's I'm sorry. You know, Will props.
I agree with you.
That whole night, Quentin, that whole fucking night was a setup on me. Smokey did not cancel his stream because he was going on Will Kincaid's channel. He canceled his stream because Will Kincaid made that skit and he was going to be able to sabotage me. Will Kincaid has put himself into my war. And I'm sorry, Will Kincaid is going to get fucking nailed.
You know, I remember a time.
Hang on.
I remember. Hold on. I remember a time. Wait a minute. I remember a time a couple months ago when they were all in stream together, and I can't remember if I was there too or if I was just in the live chat. And Knock was there, Will was there, Smokey was there, and it was on Will's channel. And Smokey sat there and said the most horrible shit about Nakasuchi, while Will sat there nodding his fucking head. Okay?
Yeah.
You know, and that's bullshit. And then he reaches out to fucking Knock all the time, you know, in private and tries to be his buddy and shit. And then he goes sit there and nod his head at horrible shit that Smokey's saying.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like this isn't some normal fucking conversation. Smokey Saint has accused me of the most atrocious shit that you can accuse somebody of without evidence. Right?
Right.
And
let me ask you a quick
either
question.
I have friends or I don't. And my friends will defend me or they won't. And if you don't, you're not my fucking friend.
let me ask you a question, Knock. When in this entire time that you've known me, have I ever said don't go after Will? When did I say that?
I'm not even.
Let me make this point. When have I ever told you not to go after Will?
You're not getting it, dude.
You're not getting it. I go after. I go after Will when I feel the need to.
Okay, but let me ask the question again. When have I told you that's not okay?
I have. When have I told anybody it's not okay to go after anybody?
No, my point
I don't
is
get
this.
your point.
No, hang on. My point is I'm not in between the you and Will thing. I'm not in between the you and Smokey thing. That has nothing to do with me. I love you like I love you, man. But the thing is, I don't jump in the middle of shit that doesn't involve me
You
until
cannot,
someone brings me into it.
Quentin. Honestly, let's cut the bullshit. You cannot love me here and then prop up a dude that literally.
I'm
did
not
a
propping
skit.
up anyone.
No. Literally did a skit about me abusing my daughter.
Dude,
You cannot
and the first
fucking
thing-
sit here and say that.
Okay, the first fucking thing when he told me about it, and you can ask everyone in that Discord, I straight told him, "You're a fucking dumbass if you do this."
But he came on your stream the next day and did what he did to Burnt Toast. I mean,
Yes, and I
that's-
understand that's fucked up, and I have publicly announced 3 times in a row now, every stream I have done in the last 3 fucking days. Ask Lo, because he's been a part of every single one of them. I have fucking said and gone out of my way to fucking call Will out for that. I don't agree with it. I'm not saying Will is this patriot fucking
Will
saint at all.
Kincaid has platformed Von Helting, who has had
Right.
his children taken away 11 times and has justified Von
Right.
Helting nonstop and made a skit about me abusing my daughter, Quentin.
Okay, and I'm not saying he's in the right for it at all. I'm not saying he's in the right for fucking anything at all. You've never once heard me say any of the fucked up shit Will has done is okay. All I'm saying is offline, he is my friend. Just like offline.
Well, online, he's a fucking cunt.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
All right.
But my thing is what I said is people can be different online than they are offline. Let me
All
give
right,
you a
well,
good
look,
example of
hey,
this.
hold on. Maybe this is something you and Knock need to talk one-on-one about in private at some point, but we've been going on about this for like 20 minutes or more, and there's so many other people in the room, so many other things we could be talking about. I don't know if
You know what, Knock? If you want to message me on Facebook, man, I'd love to talk to you there.
but at any rate, I don't know.
So far, John, if you don't mind, like 3 people have answered for me. I
Yeah,
haven't
right.
answered.
And so that's exactly where I was going to go to you, because you never did get in there after Leo or after Gary. I mean, so the floor is yours, Richard.
I appreciate it, boss. You know that, Knock, you and I are going to disagree on the potential of people. We've had that conversation. I tend to believe that there is potential for good in everyone. Not that you hold the opposite position. I'm not saying that. But almost in a romantic kind of way, I look at people that way. But I do sincerely believe that if I'm not there to bring that out in that person, because let's face it, the conversation you and I actually had was, would Christian A still be a jerk if the Bible didn't exist? I said they were being a jerk because how they read the Bible. You said, no, they're just a jerk. And maybe we're both right in certain cases. But in the cases of people where I devote my time to them, I'm trying to show them a reading frame that does not require the literal translation of go kill gay people, because it's not there. So that's what I'm investing time in, because I believe that these people that I'm spending time with, including Smokey, would not choose outside of their faith to feel and speak that way.
Knock.
My position is simply you've got to you can't ignore the things they put out publicly, especially when I hate to take this personal again, but it is personal. This man has said horrible things about honest interlocutors in this community, about me, about Skylar Fiction. He called Skylar a homo Santa. Horrible things about Dr. Josh. But then you add on to that ground shaking moment when Mr. Batman said what he said and Smokey allowed it, and Smokey put me back stream when I came on to confront it. You cannot. There are different levels of people that you deal with, and Smokey Saint has went on the level of Matt Powell, Steven Anderson, people like that. And when you're dealing with those people, my position is you have to speak about the fucking monkey in the room. You cannot ignore that. And to prop up a man and to say he's got a great brain, to say that if you want to talk about epistemology, that Smokey Saint's the guy to go to, when Smokey Saint's the guy to go to when you want to talk about insults, would be more accurate. I don't believe in propping up hate mongers and giving them any kind of respect. If a neo-Nazi comes on my channel, you call him a neo-Nazi. If a hate monger comes on my channel, I call him what he is. I do not back away from it. I confront it face to face. That's what I do. And especially when it's on a personal level. And this man has said the most atrocious things about me personally.
That could be true. I don't know.
No, it's true, Richard. I mean, maybe you don't know, but it's true. He has literally called me a skinhead, a neo-Nazi, a woman abuser. This man has said the most atrocious. He says I placate. He says I placate to the BLM movement because I am a neo-Nazi and I'm trying to hide that. Right? Even take away my politics, take away what I believe in, take away what I've always stood for on my channel, because I said that the writers of the Bible were a bunch of sheep fuckers. I am anti-Semitic. I am a neo-Nazi. I am a skinhead. I am fucking Hitler. Smokey Saint said these things, and that's well before Mr. Batman said the things he said on Smokey's channel. Like I said, that was a game changer. That changes everything. When you have Matt Powell on your channel, do you be nice to Matt Powell, Richard?
Actually, I would.
Why?
Because he needs help.
No, he needs to be called the fuck out.
That's your style. I'm not saying your style is wrong. It's not my style.
Christians have to call him out, Richard. God damn it. It doesn't matter if I do it. I'm an atheist. I'm a fucking demon. Christians have to do it.
Well, how would you have me call him out?
Any fucking way besides saying you have a great fucking brain.
He does have a good
besides
brain.
that.
Really
Anyway.
doesn't have a good brain.
Fucking anyway, Richard. God damn.
A lot of folks have really good brains. Look, the way I look at it is, if he had a different context of the Bible, he wouldn't feel the way he does. Now, I could be wrong on that point, okay? But that's what I think is true. That's what I'm acting on.
Well, and you mentioned that by your reading of the Bible, it does not call for the killing of homosexuals. Why wouldn't you at least point that out to him?
I actually, if I haven't already had that conversation, I at least intend to. I mean, everyone here has heard me quote Matthew 19:10-12.
I think that maybe me and Knock have been operating under a faulty assumption that you have seen Smokey's, horrible displays of hatred and bigotry, and maybe you haven't. I mean, I thought you were in streams with him where he went off on people. But
I've heard him say some pretty horrible things. I have to agree with you.
So why not call out about those horrible things?
Why not just fix them?
Well, you can fix them by.
How are you going to fix them by saying, "Hey, you got a great brain, and if you want to learn about epistemology, go to his channel and check it out"? How are you?
That's not exactly what I said.
I literally showed it.
It's not exactly what I said.
We
and
can
I'll tell
play it
you
again,
exactly.
You said that, and actually, we stopped it.
I don't
before.
need you to replay it.
You said some really glowing things about it.
Did I say if? Did I start that whole little diatribe with the word "if," or did I not?
If
you didn't really listen to it.
I did listen to it.
No, you watched it, but you didn't listen to me.
We have listened to it several times, Richard. Maybe
What I would have said is, if you have a certain belief system and you need to understand what Smokey is saying,
That's
you
not
should
what
go
you said.
listen to Smokey.
You're changing it. You're changing it now. That's not what you said.
No, I'm not changing it at all, John. I recommended Smokey to someone.
Knock, play it again.
if someone is in a certain mindset and they're on a learning path, Smokey is a step. I didn't say Smokey's the ultimate authority. It's not like I called him Christ or something.
So, Richard, how
You gargled his balls, Richard.
Hold on, John.
It's fine if you look at it that way.
Richard,
I
how
don't
would
feel
you-
that way about it.
Richard, how would you address someone who's say homophobic and they don't
I
display?
quote
their-
Matthew 19:10-12.
Hold on. Let me finish this. Let me finish my example. They don't display any religious beliefs. You can't tell if they're Christian, Islam, atheist, or whatnot. How do you address them?
I don't know. I haven't run into that. Everyone seems to have a stance that they proclaim.
Well, like, how do you just get rid of homophobia? Like, is you attacking their beliefs, personal beliefs, a way to address their overly homophobic position if it's not clear if their religion? Like,
Okay, so here's some things I've said in the past to people when they expressed that to me. I quote Whoopi Goldberg: "If you don't like homosexuality, don't marry a homosexual." You know what I'm saying? It's none of your business. Stay out of it.
They're not
What?
saying that though. They're saying that you should kill homosexuals.
I
That's what
understand that, but
saying.
they're saying that based in a misunderstanding they have of the text.
what happens if they don't?
Well,
believe in
then
the
tell
text?
that to Smoke. That's my criticism.
I
Tell
do.
that.
I'm having these
haven't heard it.
conversations.
I haven't
Rage-
heard it, Richard. I
Rage,
haven't heard it.
I can't say that we have had that conversation. I think we haven't. So you'd be right. I have not said that yet. It doesn't mean I wouldn't say it.
So I think I can. Let me try to steel man both positions, and so it's more understandable, right? Okay, so Knox's position on one part is that yes, there are some people that are reachable, some people that can be changed, diverted, but then there's people, and there's people that were formed into something like a hatefulness and taught through the Bible to be hateful towards people, right? But then there's other people that have an inclination to that, right? They are that type of person, right? There are a terrible person, right? And when they find, okay, this is a system that supports me, right? At the best that you can do by showing them the other parts of the Bible, that just gives that person, oh, well, now I don't believe in the Bible, but they're still going to go find something else to go with that, right? They're going to say, oh, if I don't like gay people and I think that they should be harmed in some way because they're gay, they're going to espouse that regardless, right? But there's some people that were, and I understand your side, right? There's some people that were taught to do that, right? Or trained to do that through their interactions. That's understandable. What he's saying on the other side of it is that if you say, hey, it's just like, okay, we'll take the internet out of it, right? So say this guy, Smokey, was a guy that lived in your town, right? And in public, he's always being bigoted, homophobic, misogynistic, right? All these things, right? And you're seen at the bar with them, you hang out with them, you're seen conversing with them. But then you say, well, I would never let him in my house. We don't hang out in private together, you know. And anytime we're in private, I rebuke him on that, right? When he says stuff, right? It's hard for people to accept that. Even people that know you are not going to accept that, no matter who you are, right? And then we move on to the third thing, which is that what he's saying is, yes, you can have these people on. You can, try to say, hey, this is the way that the Bible, does not say what you think it says. It does not endorse your hatred, right? In fact, this Bible verse says the opposite, right? What he's saying, though, is you have to be real, responsible, because this is being put out into the public. This is not a private conversation where you can, move past a couple things and then rebuke the big points. What he's saying is, if you can platform somebody like that, but when you platform them, every step that they take as an attack, right, on, any of those things, racism, bigotry, misogyny, any of those things, right? Misandry, you have to push back step by step. You can't just say, I don't agree with, you can't just push back
That's
this
what
time
I'm
and then
saying.
laugh with them
Yeah.
later, right? You have to keep pushing back, right? A perfect example to kind of get this across, go look up the 2 interviews between David Pakman and Jesse Lee Peterson, and you will
Yes.
understand what I mean. He
Fuck
was
yes.
very nice. He was very cordial, but every time that Jesse Lee Peterson was racist, bigoted, misogynistic, any of those things, right?
Yes,
he
Puff.
pushed back on every
God damn
statement
it.
he said that was like that.
You are nailing it, Puff. Like, yes. So,
And that's
when
the
you
thing
have,
is that if you don't do that, right, and you bring people on and you only occasionally push back on them, or you don't noticeably push back on them at all, regardless of the fact that you didn't say, yeah, I agree with you, that should happen, people will take that message as he's tacitly endorsing this and he's platforming this idea as maybe you should consider this.
Okay, Puff.
You know,
okay, I think
and
that's enough Steel Manning, bro.
Yeah.
Well, no. Puff is right. So here's my point. Right. So there are certain people you can have honest conversations with, and then there are certain people that push hate mongering. So a perfect example would be what led to the demise of the Non Sequitur show, and that would be the JF conversation, where JF was in a stream combating a black nationalist. So you had a white nationalist combating a black nationalist, and the 2 racists that believe in ethno states came together and agreed, yeah, we should have ethno states. That is bad, right? You don't want that to happen, and it destroyed the Non Sequitur show. It destroyed it. When you have a certain element on your channel, you have a responsibility to call out their bad behavior. And when that doesn't happen, you're open to criticism.
And let me add something that Puff gave me this idea. And you're in the perfect position, Richard, to call out other Christians that have these hateful ideas, because you are very the best way to liken you is you're like that, what David Pakman was when he was talking to Jesse Lee Peterson. You're very amiable. You treat everybody with respect. You don't get hyper, when you're having conversations with people. You're really smooth about talking to people. So you're right in your idea that you've probably got the best chance to make. I don't think it's possible, but you probably have a better chance than like me or Knock, to change Smokey's mind. I mean, and I think he would listen to you, so that's why, when I watched that last night, I'm like, why aren't you going after his bad ideas?
I'm sorry. I'm echoing right now. I disagree. I don't think Smokey is listening to anybody.
Well, no,
Guys,
I don't believe. Yeah, I said the same thing. I said, yeah, I don't think it can happen, but I think that if anybody could do it, Richard could. So that's why, I was disappointed that you weren't calling him out on his thing, the things that he says that I know you don't agree with.
Guys, my best defense for what has happened that you have seen so far is that you invited me on your channel to defend myself. That means that you don't
see
really.
the video, Richard?
I'm sorry. Can I finish it?
Sorry, Richard.
The fact that you guys even invited me here means that you don't think I'm like that. That's because you're right. I do approach these things as gently as I can, no matter who the person is and how much I disagree. In fact, you can sit there and make statements that I totally disagree with. I will nod my head. I hear you speaking. I hear you speaking. That does not mean I agree with you. That will be another conversation.
Well, and that would be the conversation I want to hear. That's all I'm saying, Richard. Richard, I love you. I don't
Love you
think
too,
that
brother.
I don't want you to be associated with this bullshit. I don't want you to get caught in the crossfire of this bullshit. I'm going after Smokey. I'm going after him hard. I have destroyed this man.
I got that idea.
I do not want you to become my enemy, and that's why I did what I did tonight. I am glad you came on. I have to process it all. I really do, and maybe now we can't go to a private thing because I disagree that it should have been private to begin with. This happened publicly. We had to address it publicly.
I don't know half of what you guys are talking about, but I'll assume responsibility just the same. I had the man on my show. I don't know all of his content. I don't really review that. So
I will clip out the Mr. Batman part and send it to you personally. So maybe
I'll go watch it. You don't have to. I appreciate it, bro. Thanks.
Maybe you didn't see that, but it is a game.
I know I didn't see it,
Yeah,
but
it's a game
that's
changer.
beside the point. Okay, and knock. To be completely forthcoming, I have to say I don't appreciate that you try to embarrass him in public, forcing him to double down on a stance that he shouldn't hold.
On who are you talking about?
Etc. Whomever, Smokey Saint in this case.
So you don't agree with me holding Smokey Saint accountable for the bullshit?
Holding his feet to the fire, if it results in him doubling down on a previous statement, is not going to help him.
Well, no, but here's the thing. When
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
I'm not kidding you at all.
Wait a minute. Wait. When someone doubles down, though, they're proving your point. Okay.
Are you kidding me right now?
I'm not kidding you, brother.
Like fucking seriously. So I hold Smokey Saint accountable, unlike you, and you're gonna call me out for it.
I'm saying, are you trying to help him or just embarrass him?
I don't give a fuck about him. I care about what he says.
Okay, well then I agree with what you're doing.
About him. I don't give a flying fuck about Smokey Saint. I care about what he said.
Then you're going about it the right way. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not trying to save no souls here, dude.
Okay, well,
I mean, the only thing we're trying to do is.
I mean, what the fuck are you even?
Yeah.
Why should I respect a person that calls me a neo-Nazi, talks about my daughter in the way that he does, Richard? Seriously. And why would you
Is he right?
defend him? What?
Is he right or
Fuck
is he wrong?
Fuck you.
No, I mean that. You know he's wrong.
No, I'm telling you to go fuck yourself.
You know he's wrong,
Well, no,
right?
He was saying that he was trying to point out that that what he's saying is wrong.
It's wrong.
But what's the point?
But you're not helping him correct it.
We
You're
don't
just
want to
mad
correct
that he
it.
said it.
We want him to
Okay, that's
fucking go
fine.
away.
Richard Maskin, you have made it quite clear that you are no friend of mine. That's what you have
That's
done.
not
to
true,
me.
bro. And that's not true. That's not true. What I'm saying is there's a difference. My view is to help the person no matter what. Your view is he's offensive. You don't like that. Both are fine. I don't have any more or less respect for you. I love you just as I always have. If you don't appreciate my position, I can understand that.
So, Richard, I think an important thing that needs to be
Throat that
addressed.
mic, Mr. Parker.
All right, so an important point that needs to be, I think everyone's trying to get out, but it's not, straightforward as I think it should be, is that Smokey doesn't want to accept any of our help. He doesn't like criticism, which is a huge part on why people get angry with him once he holds these stupid positions. And once we criticize these positions, you can, yell at him or be critical, like, calm or whatnot. I'm usually calm. But usually he will double down, even when calmly address and criticize about his positions on homosexuality, trans rights, and all these things.
I mean, if you ask Smokey if I agree with him on these points, what we have talked about, he'll tell you I don't agree with him. And that I've been trying to talk to him and Praise and several others about a reading context that doesn't require they think that that's what God's saying. I've been trying to talk to him. I'm doing the best I can. It takes time.
Immutable.
I'm curious. Like, do you think that Smokey is a person that is a vested interest in learning and correcting potential false beliefs that he might have?
I'm not a psychic. I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm not asking that. I'm saying, like, from your interactions, like, with him and from interactions you've
Well,
seen.
obviously, I think there's some possibility of that, or I wouldn't even try it.
Would you say that if that is the case, his attitude isn't really productive towards that goal of trying to be, like, more open and incorrect about false beliefs he may hold?
Well, yeah. He's trying to embarrass people publicly to make a point. I disagree with that. He's trying to be insulting and rough. I disagree with that. But I mean, I think the best way is if I can show him that's not the best way to do it, and that doesn't actually work, then maybe something will happen. I don't know.
I don't
know
know
what?
either. I mean, it's just when I see him do that, I see him as a fool, because
You know what? Me too. Immutable. I just don't know what we can say to Richard at this point. Like, if you want to approach it this way, you go for it, my dude. You
No, I
burn
mean,
those
I don't
bridges. Like,
see-
seriously, like fucking seriously.
Well,
Like,
and here's
as
the
an
thing, Richard.
interlocutor,
Here's the thing, Richard. I'll pull for you. I hope you're able to. I mean, I'll
Yeah.
believe it when I believe it when I see it.
Yeah,
I wish you the best of luck with that. I mean, I'd have better luck talking with a brick wall with my interactions with Smokey, because I think the man is set in his ways, and I don't see any
Yeah.
evidence from
The way
of the interactions he has that he has any desire to enrich.
I take a lot of shit because I cover Smokey so much. If you are going to cover a person like Smokey Saint, if you're a decent human being, you do it in a way that's calling him the fuck out. That's the only way you do it. You do not give him respect. You do not give him legitimacy. You do not do that. You don't do that.
And here's where some of my disappointment too, and Knock might agree with me. My whole thing last night was here, and you're an example of like the kind of Christian I like because of how kind you are, because of how caring you are, and most of the Christians in my life, you know, everybody in the real world I deal with is a Christian. I mean, I volunteer at the Catholic Church, for Christ's sake, but like it was just like a double kick to the head that here you are, a fellow Christian who Smokey, trust me, he thinks you're a heretic. Okay. And
yeah, I know. I am.
Well, and for a Christian not to call him out, and you said earlier you've heard him say some pretty atrocious things
about Knock when Knock was saying atrocious things about him. Yeah, I've heard that.
What atrocious things that what
Come on, you guys
ad
go back
hominem-
and forth and you know it. Come on.
Well, no, I call him out for saying the bullshit he says, right? Like what attacks have you heard me levy on him that wasn't true?
Look, you guys going at each other is your thing.
I'm asking a very specific question here.
I got to
Because
say,
he
brother,
levels-
I blow
Richard,
it off mostly.
He levels.
I kind of
he
half
levels-
hear it, but I don't pay
He
attention to that
levels
stuff.
insult after insult after insult on me. I take the high ground repeatedly. That's how I won this war.
Okay. Well, anyway, I ignore most of that stuff anyway. I don't really want to hear my brothers and sisters going after each other. I don't want to hear it. I know you guys do it, but I'm just not involved in that stuff.
See, that scares me that you can call me and Knock your brother and also call somebody like Smokey your brother. Like
That's the issue.
Every human being on this planet are my brothers and sisters. Because
Every
you all
human
are
being-
brothers and sisters.
Every human being starts with a certain amount of respect, and then their actions should take away from that, Richard. They should be accountable for the actions and the words they put out in public, just like me. Just like me. I take account. I take account for what I do. I take account for what I do in public, right? So I just recently came out and said, once again, I was completely atrocious for the way I talked to Allie. And I was wrong for that. And she was wrong for the things she did, right? So that's human beings. But when you have a Matt Powell, when you have a Smokey Saint, right? The game has changed now, right? Like there's a reason I'm not talking to Smokey right now again. Because the game changed, Richard. The game changed with that Mr. Batman conversation. Maybe you are not up on that. I'm going to send that to you so you can be. But I'm
appreciate it.
telling you, the game fucking changed with Smokey Saint.
Let me ask you this, Richard. You say you respect all human beings. Do you respect pedophiles?
The same. I mean, they're human beings still.
No, they're not.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
they are.
I actually disagree with that. They're actually.
Well, no, I mean they're
human beings.
they're Homo sapiens, of course, but
we
they
should
have
be
no
res-
humanity.
They should be locked away for the safety of a normal society and the children
Yes,
in that
they
society.
should
But they're
be able
still
to
human
practice.
beings.
I
You
don't
should
want
be able to practice it, but on the other hand, saying that they're lesser than me is like kicking somebody in a wheelchair because they got no legs.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
with
nobody would
Richard.
choose
I
that.
agree. You know, as atrocious as I find a pedophile to be, I am a humanist, and I believe I believe that human beings have a certain right, and we should not like lock them away so they can't harm children, but don't. I don't think we should be cruel. We should be understanding.
Well, in my opinion, right? I mean, I'm probably going to get flack for this one. Is that, as much as it disgusts me to call pedophiles like humans, and I think it's more disgusting, like, for us to, keep them in essentially a concrete wall and throw away the key. I mean, I think there's proper ways, like, if people want to, like, seek rehabilitation or, like, reobtain, proper, like, cognitive function, there's ways of going about that.
Wait a minute, Mutable. From somebody who has been in prison, you'd be making a point now if that's what happened. But like when I was fucking in county waiting to go to state, we had pedophiles coming through there, and they'd come through there and they'd come back from court and they'd be getting these punk ass fucking 2 to 3s and 1 to 2s.
I agree with that. I think there should be a much. We really need to look at our prison structuring when it comes to pedophilia, because it is way too weak. If you look at a black dude that smokes crack is going to get life in prison, and yet a pedophile is going to get 2 to 3 years. Fuck that shit. We need to look at that.
I mean, I doubt if this is the direction of conversation, so be it. I think the prison system should be abolished. I mean, I think it's a Bronze Age solution for.
I agree so much with that. I think we have ways out. We can rehabilitate people without sending them to prison.
I think we know enough about like various forms.
There's no rehabilitation for pedophiles, though.
I completely disagree. I don't think people like that are beyond redemption.
I don't believe anybody is. I really don't. Like even Smokey Saint, Matt Powell. I've always been that. I've always maintained, like, if you call these people out enough, if enough people, especially Christians, were to come on board and call these people out, they would see the error of their ways, if not more. Just because of the social dynamics of it, you want to be accepted by the crowd. You don't want to be denied, right?
I remember you saying, Knock, it might have been over a year ago now, that Matt will eventually become an atheist.
Oh yeah, I still believe that. I think Matt Powell is destined for atheism. Just give it time, my friends. Just give it time.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, Rage. I'm sorry. Hey, Rage, do you think the difference between your approach and my approach could be that you want more immediate results, and I think they don't get to keep this attitude anyway?
Well, no, Richard, so don't get me wrong. My approach is not what I would push on anybody. I catch so much shit for my approach from atheists. I can't even fucking tell you, my dude. Like, I can't tell you, right? No, what I simply want is that Christians call these people out too. That's all I want. In whatever Christian way you want to do it. That's all I want. I want Christians to be consistent and to stand in the face of that hatred and say, nope, that's not Christian.
You might have to take my word for it that I never stopped doing what you just asked me to do.
I hope so. You know I love you, dude. And
love you too.
I mean, I hope that that's the truth, and I wait to see it. But I just saw. I mean, John. Me and John saw what we saw, and we were like,
I understand.
What is going on here? You know what I'm saying?
So, Mindy, you've been sitting there quiet for an awful long time. What's up with you? You're muted. Are you there, Sassy?
Yeah,
she might be
clicked the wrong microphone. Yeah, no, I've been sitting and listening, and I've been. Oh, I'm gonna jump in now. Oh no, I gotta wait my turn. No, I'm gonna jump in now.
But yeah, what are your thoughts on what has transpired?
I don't know. I don't understand how anyone can spend more than 5 minutes in Smokey stream. I was like, did they ever have women come to the stream and talk to them? I don't think they do.
No,
Well,
I don't think they do either, because
Smokey famously said to a woman on his stream in front of her boyfriend let's put that backstage, and then stuck her backstage.
Okay, because I popped into his stream last night, and I was there for probably at most 10 minutes, and he was going on about trans being allowed in the military and all that, and it was like a post-debate thing. And I just asked a question. Like, I didn't say who I was. I don't know if Smokey knows who I am, and I was just like, hey, Smokey, have you ever served in the military? So then he pulls up my picture on his screen and he goes, is that the question we're going to ask? I don't know what I'm talking about because I've never been in the military. Yeah, we're just going to forget that, sweetie. And then took my comment down. And then him and everybody else, like I tried to have a conversation with like the chat or get Smokey to answer any of the questions. I was like, okay, that wasn't meant to be snarky, but thanks. And they just all of them completely ignored me. Like I didn't even exist in the stream. I was like, wow, I don't think they have girls here very often.
Well, no, that's the thing is that that's what I was gonna say. Smokey is a truly an actual real incel because he's so deep into being he's so far along the path of being an incel that he cannot have any response from a female that he doesn't take as critique or criticism.
Yeah, like all I did was ask,
and that's the thing is that
rude or say anything rude. I just asked, like, "Hey, have you served in the military?"
Right, but that's the thing is that that's where I can say that what Richard is doing is, in some ways, the most valuable thing that can be done because what more than being exposed to women. What these people need is to be exposed how to interact with people in the world in a normal way. And now I'll pass the mic to Richard.
Before you, I just want to know, what does incel mean?
Involuntary
celibate.
Yeah. And Richard, so to go in deeper, a black-pilled incel is somebody that believes that, you know, like if you're involuntary celibate and you see an attractive woman, you should be able to pretty much rape her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they also think Jordan Peterson famously made the argument that because of all the Chads in the world that get women, multiple women, and
they
then
get
there's these poor incel guys that the government should intervene and by law. Let me finish my sentence. The government should intervene and make a law where these sad, pitiful motherfuckers should be able to get laid. Like
I want Sassy Heathen to go, and then I want to comment on how I believe that Smokey Saint is black-pilled incel. But go ahead, Sassy.
I talked to a guy actually like that where we have had a serious conversation, and he thinks that all women don't own their own bodies. It just belongs to the men of the world, and that they owe men sex, and that they should have the government intervene, and that each woman, if she has the choice, she can either sleep with a man or she can pay the government a $500 fine every 6 months that she doesn't have sex.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow. Serious.
Christ.
Yep. Yes. My parts are a natural resource that I owe to men.
Well,
You said that to me.
But I thought Smokey was a patriot. Whatever happened to no taxation without representation?
Oh, it wasn't Smokey that said this, but it was.
Well, incels are a different breed, and I truly believe that Smokey is not only an incel. So an incel is somebody that just can't get laid, you know, and
they're very angry. It's women's fault that they don't have sex. It's kind of like the opposite. They hate women to the point of the feminazis. So you have the feminist, and then you have the extreme feminists that hate all men and think all men should die. That's basically what an incel is.
Yes.
I mean, there's even gay incels, though. Just point that out.
Oh yeah, definitely. But a black-pilled incel believes you should do violence to get what you want.
Yep, you should just take it because it's.
And I truly believe that Smokey is that. That's what I truly believe.
Every man that's in here right now has had this experience more than one time in their life.
Oh boy.
They see a dude with this woman that is just fine, and you think in your head, how in the fuck did he pull that? You know,
yeah.
I have not.
So, oh my God, can I
No,
finish
I'm
what
not
I'm
a guy.
saying? Can I finish what I'm saying? You know, and so these incels, you know, I mean, look at me. Look at me. You know, okay, I've got women. I mean, so these incels, they sit and they whine and they cry and they come up with these stupid things that, you know, the government should get me laid or, you know, whatever it is. Just go out and talk to people. Go out in the world and be with people. And, you know, there's somebody out there for you. I mean, lower your standards for Christ's sakes.
Can I jump in real quick?
Well, can I ask a quick question?
Hashtag real quick. Hashtag prostitution should be legal.
Absolutely.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I just was wondering real quick, like I can't get laid, right, or do well with women, but I'm not.
Shocker.
I'm not angry about it. Does that?
Well, you're totally an incel, P Mars.
But if I'm not angry, does it make a difference?
No, come on, dude. Be honest.
Mars, the question that has to be asked is, do you think you are deserved sex by another woman?
No, I don't. I'm not angry.
Oh, you're not an incel.
P Mars, I thought you was the most handsome man in the entire planet.
Wait,
I
who
mean,
asked
here's
that
the
last
thing,
question, P Mars? Because they said another woman. So I thought that was
I mean,
hilarious.
here's the thing, P Mars. I mean, I would definitely hate fuck you.
Well, okay. Well, all right.
Can I,
you know,
can I jump in real quick?
We've got some gloves on.
Yeah, go ahead, Quinn. Go ahead, Quinn.
I kind of wanted to take it back to when we were talking to Richard. I actually have to applaud Richard.
Wait, Quentin, wait. We put a pin in that conversation. That's
No,
something-
it wasn't about him and Knock. It was just I wanted to applaud Richard because he's doing something I know damn well I couldn't do.
Okay.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Like, here's the thing. I am Christian. I believe a lot of the things that a lot of Christians do, but
Quinn, you're gonna face. I'm sorry, my dude.
Oh no, I know. I've argued. You don't know how much shit I get from Christian communities.
Quinn, you're not a Christian.
I am though.
But according to most Christians, you're not. So.
Hey, man,
yeah,
don't
that's
pull the no true Christian fallacy on him, man.
like a lot of Christians think I'm not Christian because I'm pansexual and I'm non-binary. Good on them.
I just gave Smokey his wet dream. I pulled the no true Scotsman's fallacy out of my ass right there. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Quinn.
yeah. But basically,
But, like-
really, you were pointing out that Christians would pull that on him. And you know what else? You know why else other Christians don't think you're a Christian? Because you look like Bobby Hill.
Yeah, that's why Will uses Bobby Hill is because he compares that to me.
I always thought it was me. Yeah, I always thought that was me.
It was me. No, but a lot of people say that I'm not Christian because I'm pansexual. I'm non-binary. I don't agree that abortion is inherently wrong. There's
And
a
you
lot of
smoke
things
weed.
that I
smoke
smoke
weed,
a fuck
dude.
ton. Yeah, I smoke a fuck ton of weed. But there's a lot of Christians that agree with weed smoking. So you know, it's whatever. But like, here's like the honest truth. If I was in that StreamYard where Mr. Batman was openly saying, I'd love to kill a homosexual, I would have made sure that A, I said enough shit to get Smokey's channel deleted, and B, every single fucking person that's in my community would fucking hate me. And I'm being 100% fucking honest. That's how bad I was. Like, everyone wants to say, oh yeah, I was pissed off. No, I was tempted to go in there and make sure that Smokey got canceled.
I don't even know what this is, man. What?
And the
Stupid
fact
horn.
that
Isn't that an oxymoron? Stupid horn energy.
witness
That might be
right,
the point.
Marcus.
I think that's what he was going for.
I don't know what that is, but anyway, fucking Richard, man, I love you to death, and you know that. And I gotta say, man, you got balls, because there's no way in fuck after what I heard Smokey say, I would be nice to him.
Well, and I just want to add on to that, despite all my differences with Jen Aldrich, right? So, like, Smokey said a lot of really horrible shit about that woman. He doesn't know her. He called her a fucking ethot. He called her a prostitute. He called her a whore several times. He has continually backed up this behavior. And despite any issues that I have with Jen Aldrich, that is fucking unacceptable. And people should call him on that. Like, it doesn't help if it's just atheist. It does not. Atheists, we are demonic. Christians don't care what we fucking say. They care what Christians say. And we need Christians, good fucking people, in this fight with us. And too often and too goddamn much, we are fucking alone, and they don't listen to us.
You have to hold your own accountable.
I mean, I never said you were wrong.
Can you guys tell Jen Aldrich to stop streaming her boobs?
No, I will not. I think she should do that more often.
You gotta hold your own accountable, dude.
What's the matter with somebody wearing a bra?
Shut the fuck up, P. Mars.
P. Mars, can I stream right now without a shirt on? Would that be acceptable to you?
And it's not like she's just doing that. I mean, she's wearing a freaking bra. I mean,
titty.
Golly.
Oh no! What will we do?
Have you been to a beach? Do you get like out of control if you see women in their motherfucking bikinis?
Has P. Mars been laid?
No,
Dude,
he'll
no.
be back in a minute. I had to make a change to his avatar. Just hang on.
I'm starting to think that P. Mars is really just putting the final finishing touches on a masterclass in trolling, dude. Like, he's gonna sell that shit on masterclass.com.
I love you, stupid whore energy.
Like, I am totally in love with stupid horror energies, like, no doubt.
And I think that her
You see
comment
what
was
she
basically saying that Mr. Quentin is a contradiction in terms.
Here we go. I'll bring him back.
Well, I still have to have the conversation. I'm trying to like he hasn't helped his cause here, P. Mars. You haven't helped your cause, but I'm not going to get into it because Richard has his hand up. Go ahead, Richard.
You're muted.
You're muted,
Richard.
You're muted, Richard.
Oh.
Thanks. You guys have given me some things to think about and research, and I'm going to take that serious. I'm going to go and do it. And I think that Tioga said something really intelligent. There's a point when you have to consider that someone might actually be a harmful person to the community that you want to foster. So, and I think she's right. And I will be talking further with Smokey. We'll have to find out what happens. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Thanks for letting me on your show, Knock. I appreciate it, John.
Hey, Richard, I appreciate you coming into the fire, my dude. I've never been this hot with you. I hope we can work this out because I love you, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Love you too, brother. Yeah, well, I think it's going to work out either way. I really, really do.
I'll borrow your phrase. Peace and respect, Richard.
Peace and respect to you all. Good night.
Keep being awesome, Richard.
Have a great night, Richard.
Night, everybody.
I have something to quick to say. # free the nipple.
Just
Well,
go
yeah,
to the Ginger Show and you'll see it every stream.
I just want to say, I do want to say though, like after the whole Jen Aldrich affair, people shouldn't be taking Smokey seriously. They just should not be. But then after Mr. Batman, it to me and I want to give the benefit of the doubt. So anybody watching this stream that hasn't seen it yet, I'll be going into it. But send me an email, theragingatheist.com. I'll put it up on the screen. I will send you the footage of Mr. Batman saying what he said on Smokey's channel, and you decide for yourself.
Stupid whore energy. That's hot.
Yo, so what the hell is an alt-right Marxist?
Right here.
I'm offended.
That's not a thing.
I'm kidding. I'm not actually offended. I'm just more curious than anything.
It's like if you took like the political compass like map and like made it a cylinder.
Oh, I'm fucking apolitical, so yeah.
I mean, it's not a real thing. It's a funny joke.
Well, we need people to understand political philosophy again. If I could speak, I did take some pain medications about an hour ago.
Oh, I can tell very much.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah, I'm like smack fucked up. I'm probably wanting to end, but people need to know their political philosophy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we've been here
Majorly.
for almost 4 hours now.
Right. I got it. Thank you, stupid whore energy. I figured that out. I think I figured it out. I love you though.
James Hogue says those are fake.
What were you gonna
Yeah, my tits are actually fake. 100%.
What?
No, he's addressing stupid horror energy.
No, my tits are fake.
What?
Yeah, I have fake tits, man.
John, read the
I'm
chat.
lost, man. I'm lost. Oh, wait, P-Mars left.
No, I didn't leave.
Oh, no,
he's still here.
I was waiting for you to talk.
All right. So P-Mars, let's get to it. So you sometimes pretend to be a good interlocutor. Sometimes you're a racist douchebag, and I can't determine if I want to talk to you anymore. When you come into my chats spamming the N-word, when you come into my chats basically being a different version of Matt Powell, why should I allow myself to talk to you any farther?
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm gonna use. I don't believe in censoring certain words, so we just have a different.
But you have to. So I try to talk with people that have opposing views, right? So I don't mind your opposing views, even when it comes to racism. I truly don't. But how can you not have the respect for people not to use derogatory terms in the side chat or in the private chats and actually try to get your point across? I don't understand that, because you defeat your own cause by your stupidity.
Yeah, well, I haven't used it in your side chat.
You actually have. I deleted you the other night, right? So
I haven't been in your side chat because you said I was banned for 2 months. I haven't been going in your side
Dude,
chat.
you have multiple
fucking
fucking
God. Oh my
sock
God.
accounts. You've been in the side chat numerous times over the last month.
Like, dude,
Stop that
like
shit right now.
it was like 2 nights ago. You started doing your in, and then you would type I, and then you would type G, and then you would type G, and then I would ban you, and then you would come in with a different sock account and do the same shit.
It could
Right?
be
Why should P-Mars, why should I take you fucking seriously? Why should I allow you to continue to come into these chats when you are nothing but a baby manatee wannabe troll?
And then you know what? And then how about the sock account the other night when you were mentioning my time in prison and why I was in there, and that kind of exploded in your face because you found out I'm not afraid to talk about that.
I did that in Quentin's channel. I didn't do that in your channel.
Yeah, you did.
I am honestly giving you right now, P-Mars, a chance to convince me to allow you to keep coming here and talking with me and trying to convince me that your position is correct when you don't know how to act as a normal human being and show decent amounts of respect for anybody that you're around, Christian or atheist alike.
Well, I respect people who show me respect. If people are disrespectful,
Like, I have continued to allow you to come into my streams despite all the bullshit, right? So don't give me that bullshit. Why should I allow you to keep coming in my streams, dude?
I didn't type N-word in your chat. I did it in Quentin's chat. If someone typed N-word,
Yeah, so then your whole bullshit about you respecting other people that respect you is that because I haven't done anything to you and you were spamming this shit every time you come into my chat. So don't sit here and lie.
I felt disrespected by you, Quentin.
For what?
Wait a minute. So wait, you're saying you respect people that because they disrespect you. So somebody disrespected you, so you decided to spam the N-word in the chat. How does that follow, dude? Like,
well, it's not like that. It's like
no, it's exactly like that.
No, you don't understand. I always want to be spamming the N-word in the chat by default, no matter what. The only reason I don't is out of respect So then, when there's no
Well,
reason for me
why
to
the fuck
respect
do I even want
someone,
to talk to you?
then the default thing kicks in.
Now he's
Why
now he's just
why do
annoying.
I even want to talk to you then, my dude? Like if that's your natural instinct is to be a racist fuck, why do I want to talk to you?
What do you bring to the table?
I
Except
read
you're
books.
racist.
I mean, you don't have to talk to me. I don't care. I think I'm the talent, and I'll be okay.
You are definitely not the
Talk to me.
talent.
All right.
You are
Well, I
not
read-
the
We're gonna
talent.
fix this right
Yeah.
now.
I think John, he just convinced me that PMARS is not allowed in these open rooms anymore.
Hey, can I address something real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, Kevin, Shay, I appreciate you sticking up for me. Kat is one of my friends, and I didn't bring up the suicide thing earlier today to be like everyone feel fucking bad for me. Like I'm in a better place, somewhat, and like I just want everyone to fucking know that I'm okay. I just like the only reason why I brought it up is because, you know, I was making the statement that, you know, Will was there for me when I needed somebody, is what I was putting out.
I'm gonna say that this yay is for us booting PMAR.
Hey, start blocking Team Mars right now.
Yeah,
'Cause he's dropping
now
the
he's
N-word
in
now.
the
Start
chat.
banning him, ban him.
Yeah.
Now he's in the chat doing what I just called him out for doing. Yeah, PMARS, you're not welcome, my dude. I want like serious conversations, not
Okay.
racist, not you. So
Yeah, dump
He-
on PMARS is him too. So please get rid
He's
of him.
going out all
Don't
for
just
right now, yeah,
boot him,
it's-
boot him, hide him. Don't even.
I honestly believe that every person can change. So for right now, PMARS is permabanned. He's not coming back. PMARS, you're not welcome. All of your soccer accounts will be banned immediately. So yeah.
Yeah, Earth Discussion is one of him too. Hide that.
Yeah. I think yeah. PMARS is over. Of course he's still gonna be on other people's
I
channels.
gave him a chance to explain it to me, right?
Yeah.
And he just went control mode.
Yeah, he did not
Like the
care at
whole
all.
bullshit about him respecting other people when they respect him is bullshit, because I haven't done anything disrespectful to the dude in a few months, and so he just decides he's gonna start spamming that shit in my fucking in my chat, and he's been doing it for the last 3 days. So
Well, I'm pretty sure, Quentin, that you would hate fuck him too. Just like
Well,
no, I wouldn't fuck him even with your penis, John.
I have had so many people begging me to do that, and I'm like, I have resisted it. I don't want to be that like cancel culture dude, but I want serious conversation. And PMARS, he can do it at times, but he can't do it consistently.
Well, and the
Fuck
thing is,
PMARS.
like, he can do it at times, and then there's other times where he kind of sounds like he's serious, but he's actually just trolling.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, fuck PMARS, fuck him.
Oh, so, okay. So we're gonna close this out before Knock takes another pain pill and passes out.
Dude, it's not good. Like, I shouldn't do this.
Man, I mean, the thing is like, I understand the pills, dude. PMARS lives in Jamie Brown's chat. Like, yeah, get rid. That's another one to ban, because the pills are so easy, man. Like, you don't gotta light them up, you don't gotta cook them. You just gotta throw them down your gullet, man, and it's like happiness.
Well, and it has been an issue with me that I would become addicted to my pain pills, and I don't feel my legs right now, but I don't feel much of shit. So
Yeah, I mean, when you got something going on like you got going on with your legs, you know, I'm not going to begrudge you a few pain pills here and there. All right, so let's start with. Oh God, will you get rid of the thing on the bottom of the screen so I can see people's names? I feel like I took 5 pain pills. Let's start with Mr. Parker.
Yeah.
Tell us about you, Mr. Parker, and any final words you have.
Yeah, that whole thing on the bottom of the screen kept messing with me. Yeah, I've been here. I voiced my opinion. I try to get my questions in. I try to help Gary out because he was sad sadly sitting by himself, not getting into it.
Gary's a good dude.
Yeah, he is.
I really enjoy him.
I think he's more quiet and shy than me, which is quite impressive. So, my thoughts of this whole discussion is like, maybe I should have voiced a little bit more. Maybe I should have been more specific about some things I was talking about Richard about. Screw P. Mars. He's a racist. He's repeatedly said the N word in off streams, and I was like, yeah, you're never gonna be on my channel. And my channel is just my name, Mr. Parker. Quentin dying on me. You can find me on Twitter at the Mr. Parker, and I just made an intro. I need to figure out how to make content, and
without your mic dying on you.
I bought a mic, so I don't have to worry about that. I just have to have the mic like right next to my face.
So Red Fang.
Well, real quick, John, I do want to recognize James Hogue. Thank you for your $20 tip. I found $20 in my Bible and thought, who better to give it to than an atheist? So thank you, James Hogue, very much for that.
Yeah, just for tonight only. If you have any more tips for Knock, single syllable words, please.
Yeah, well, yeah, dude, I took 3 pills because my shit was killing me like an hour and a half ago.
Right.
And now
Jesus
I
Christ,
am
man.
fucking numb. I am numb. I like this is fucking hilarious, honestly.
Oh yeah, did you see Matt Fig's comment?
Smokey or any of them guys are gonna, if they see this, they're gonna be like, "See, that trash clown was drunk again."
I'm drunk.
Did you see Matt Fig's comment, Rage?
No, I didn't.
He said you'll have your setup for you tomorrow.
Math Pig is a fucking really good friend and a genius at the same time. So
Fuck yeah, he is.
He is the porcine prince. And I'll let all you motherfuckers look up porn sign. Porn sign. Red Fang, your final words.
Well, didn't get really much to say tonight. So, fuck Smokey, fuck Mr. Batman. They're both bigots, and they can enjoy their little hate cult over there.
And Quentin.
I agree.
Go check out my channel, Ginger
Shut the fuck
Nation.
up.
Okay.
I'm just
Suck
kidding.
my ass.
Oh, John, I have to like cut all of that shit out now. Like you are making me cut out our argument. So
Well, no, you don't censor that shit.
no, I'm saying I'm gonna cut it out.
Oh.
Like we're gonna have a whole bunch of shut the fuck ups.
Go ahead, Quentin. Sorry.
Go check out Ginger Nation. We stream all kinds of different shit. I also want to say, like, I have no problems with anybody here. Knock up, I love you. I ain't got any issues with anyone except P. Morrison. Suck a dick in fucking hell for all I care. Also, shout out to Math Pig and Geo Sam for helping me do the shit I've been doing lately. And one more thing, hashtag free the nipple. And I'm good to go.
Wait a minute, that was a belly button.
Oh,
That was an
there
Audi.
you go. There you go.
You got an Audi?
Free the
Yeah.
nipple.
Free the
You know
nipple.
what? Your belly button looks like Mr. Parker's avatar.
Well,
I don't like that comparison at all.
In all seriousness, I think that we need to get over the sexual stereotypes that would distinguish men from women.
Oh, yeah.
If men can do a thing, women should be able to do it too, without men getting all hot, without men getting all hot and bothered and thinking all of these thoughts. Like, seriously, are y'all 12?
I would love to troll like Smokey or Jill about that. That'd be the best thing.
Oh yeah, one more quick thing. Shit, I forgot. I'm gonna be streaming fucking Scrutinized for Stupid Horror Energy in about like 20 minutes.
Sassy, Mindy.
That was an interesting stream. I came in a little bit too late to add my opinion though.
No, not at all.
I do actually though. I'm really interested in trying to get Smokey's attention and jump on his stream because I want to see how scared of girls he is. The whole thing with Ben Aldridge just kind of motivated me to like, we need to get more women to go in and just scare the shit out of Smokey.
You know,
I agree.
Forget about this, you know, so I don't mind saying it live, but me and Knock, I might even been talking about this in the live stream, but I say that, you know, we have to, whenever we have an open room, all of our guests need to have a red bra handy. And then if Smokey comes in, we all go off camera and put our red bras on and then come on camera again.
I changed my avatar to be red.
Oh yeah, so fucking agnostic pagan mom is 100% right. Rage, you need to get into BDSM. It'll fucking change your life, bro. 100%.
Okay. All right. He was already on the stream with his finger up his ass. So
yeah, like totally, like who? Surprise, surprise! I'm totally into that. So, yeah, I mean, I am fairly sexually liberated as a human being.
So, tell us about your channel, Mindy, and all that.
Well, you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube, The Sassy Heathen. And I've just gotten into doing more live streams lately. I think that's what I'm going to be doing from now on, is just like having talks like twice a night. I like this idea of the open mic thing, so I might try that as well. But it's just me being lazy, so I don't have to edit.
Well,
but you can join me there.
I agree. Yeah, it takes away all the work. So,
well, I want to say something. She said she's on Twitter, but what she didn't tell you is that a couple months ago or a few months ago, something she tweeted went viral, and she got like 7,000 followers in one day or some shit like that. What are you up to now, Mindy?
From one tweet, I went from, I think I was at like 3,000 followers. Then my tweet went out. I don't even remember what it was, but it was something religious related. And I got like, I'm up to 13.5 now.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Knock the other day, that you just never know what you're going to tweet that's going to go viral. And
well, like I tweeted this morning because my husband sent me a funny tweet about the light in the bathroom at work going out. So he sent me a text that was just a picture of the bathroom, but it was all dark and you could just see the light peeping underneath the door. And he goes, and now I poop in darkness. So I tweeted that out and I got so much attention just for that stupid little tweet. Like, you don't know what you're going to say that's everybody's love.
I suck at the Twitters, right? So I can win battles here on YouTube. I've done that fairly well. On Twitter, I lose, and I hate it. I fucking hate it. So
I'll teach you my ways.
So my final word is sorry, Knock, for barking at you.
I'm sorry for barking back.
Oh, you guys won't even remember this in the morning anyway.
Well, yeah, I'm on pills, so John, I probably won't remember anyway. So.
John says they're too old to remember this.
Yeah, my dementia will kick in about an hour.
Yeah, we call that sometimes.
Yeah,
not quite Alzheimer's.
So yes, by tomorrow I'll be like, what stream?
All right, so in all seriousness, if I could fucking speak, god damn, I'm going to bed. This is why I don't do late streams much anymore. But in all seriousness, we've had a very interesting stream tonight. We've had historical conversation that went to Dumpster Fire, that went to Smokey Saint, that went to Richard Madsen, and interesting to say the least. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I'm going to consider what I heard, but my ultimate stance is this, and this is my final words to the Christians out there. It can't be me fighting this battle. It just can't be. If you find these things atrocious, stand up and speak it out. Don't leave it to me. Don't leave it to us atheists. Don't leave it to the left. Don't leave it to whatever demographic you want to put us in. Do it yourself, or be lashed onto it. It's as simple as that. So I will give final words to everybody in the room based on that statement, and then we'll get the fuck out of here.
I just say +1.
Yeah, I think it's very simple, right? So, hopefully, I'm going to send Mr. Batman's interaction to Richard. I'm not telling anybody what to do on their channels. I don't care what you do on your channels. But if you leave me alone to fight this fight, I'm going to call you out for it. That's pure and simple. It should not be me. It should be you. I shouldn't have to do this. It should not be up to me. It's your religion. Take accountability for it. And that's all I got to say. Y'all have a great night. Be the conversation.